Welcome in everyone to Heroes CCL Free Agent Tournament. We are in our final day of our second Free Agent Tournament. My name's Bahamut, joined by the owner of 30K, Mr. Michael Udall. How you doing, my friend? And are you ready for all of this Heroes of the Storm action?
I'm doing so swell. Had a nice little nature walk today, and I'm hyped up for some awesome Heroes of the Storm. Just like you mentioned, we have some great teams. You know, we've got 2-3-1-9 and oh wow, a battle players, X-Ray, Dino. I'm so hyped up for it. You know, I'm so excited. Thank you for having me on, and you know, some awesome games yesterday as well.
Yeah, we had a bunch of games yesterday, and we have more today for you all. Excuse me. I want to quickly get you all caught up on the format for this before we take a look at that bracket. It's a little bit different from Season 1. In Season 1, we asked the org owners to be the ones to kind of supply a list of players they wanted to look at in these tournament weekends. Now we changed things. We changed things up. We had the players actually form their own teams so they're able to practice, synergize, have some sort of preparation and communication beforehand. So that way when we go into these weekends, we have a lot more, well, explosive matches. And definitely I can say that we've had explosive matches all weekend. It's been super fun. So let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket and get you all caught up on where things went yesterday. We had 4 best of 3s. We don't have to go through all of them, but they were just like our first free agent tournament, all 2-0s. Today, though, we've got 23-19 versus Owo. And then we're going to be seeing Oso go up against What Will Mokka Do. Those are going to be our first 2 best of 3s that will determine who goes into that grand finals, which is a best of 5. But we got to first, reel it back in. We've got that first best of 3 here. And Mike, you were already mentioning just the prowess of these two teams, 23-19 versus OO. It's going to be a bit of a clash of titans. There's a lot of big names from these sides, which we can take a look at right now. 23-19, I mean, we saw them yesterday. Mason Blaze, Infrared, Roger, Tremor, and Nathanatos. The big thing that I really got to note on this is there's no true healer for the side of 23-19. But Mike, who's on the opposing side of the battlefield against 23-19?
Yeah, I mean, on the opposing side, we've got the European, monsters of, Copenhagen, X-Ray, Lauber, Dino, and Ultralisk. A very, very strong team. A lot of these players really well known for what they did, competing with CC. I really am excited to see what this European squad is able to pull out. I think that we're going to see a little bit of a clash of metas, right? These players have been kind of scrimming and competing against each other, but each region has specific heroes and kind of comforts that they have. Someone like Dino, for example, I think they really prioritize trying to get him on that Cassia just because it is such a power pick for him. I've seen Lauber and Dino multiple times, Bless Shield into an instant Valk, right? Like that is something that I feel like they really in CCL kind of perfected or made that combo so lethal.
I absolutely agree. Being able to synergize and land those massive combos together is a big factor. And that's the reason the format kind of transitioned more towards this this built up team style rather than just everyone kind of being thrown in a group together. So you can have these moments and be like, all right, we've already got synergy from the past together. Let's showcase how good we can be and really get our play style and our plays in front of these org owners, much like you for that draft day next weekend. I mean, I gotta say, and you know what? Here, I'm looking at the Twitch chat. We are 17 minutes in. Pick that Cho'Gall. Get yourself a Cho'Gall and win a game because I keep saying this. It's not the fact that I want a Cho'Gall. It's the fact that when people talk about the free agent tournament weekend, they go, man, what was that one game that stood out to you? Well, yesterday, I mean, Mason Blaze had a Lucio that was absolutely just Monka steer the entire time, almost rivaling Lucio play of Yasu or Banana. So it's just a lot of things to consider here. Like having standout plays and even hero picks are a big factor in this tournament weekend. I mean, you're an org owner. What kind of catches your eye as we're kind of getting ready for that game number 1?
Any Kael'thas gamers, any KT pickers?
There you go.
Touching back, actually, I just wanted to make one note. I love that CCL and Wisdom was open to changing the format because that's something where, a lot of players kind of communicated to me, and something I kind of heard was that the first exhibition didn't really give people as much of an opportunity to show their skills, right? Because you're kind of put in an environment where you don't know any of these people, and
Yeah.
maybe you're kind of shy, and it kind of played more to personality types versus their actual, hero skill. So I just, really applaud Jules, the commissioner, everyone at Wisdom, just taking that feedback and actually changing things. Like, that's something that with HCC felt so debilitating, and I'm just so hyped up about, the CCL and, the future of HOTS and where we're going. But yeah, I'd love to see Kael'thas. I mean, something that I'm always looking for is, like, if we're able to hop into player cons, like, are players tilting, when things are going bad, how are they treating their teammates? Stuff like that for me really matters, right? Because I'm trying to build a team that, long-term is going to build and grow. And I think the way to do that is small incremental improvements. And that means you need to be able to have, like, a constructive dialogue. But I mean, of course, like, fog of, like, actual, like, in-game stuff, I really like seeing people abuse fog of war. I think it really differentiates players. Like, how well do you, show vision, because there's a lot of times where, and this might be getting really into the nitpicky, but there's a lot of times like, let's say Dragonshire, you have that middle triangle bush. Only one person actually needs to go to mid and clear the wave. All the other heroes should really stay in that bush. I think a player like Masquerade from Simplicity, CCL, I think he is someone that really exemplifies playing from fog in a really, really good way. So yeah, a bit of a rebel there, but that's kind of what I'll be looking for.
You're fine. No, absolutely. And actually, we can go ahead and look at our first map here, and we can actually discuss a little bit more about that fog of war play, because I'm very interested. It's a concept that Casanova and I talked about last season when we were looking at the free agent tournament. It's actually going to be the map choice of 2319, going to take us to Tomb of the Spider Queen. We have a map ban onto Cursed Hollow and Garden of Terror from Owo, and the Alterac Pass and Sky Temple. Man, Sky Temple all weekend long has been banned out. No one wants to go to Sky Temple, maybe because Juice Pirates are so prevalent there. But let's reel things back into a real map that we're going to, which is going to be Tomb of the Spider Queen. And I think you make a very good point in talking about the fog of war, because Tomb of Spider Queen, a big factor with this is rotating between top to mid and grabbing gems and building up that economy for the web we return in. But not only that, it's the kind of picks and dives into bottom lane and playing around that fog of war, even around the siege giant camp. So there's definitely a lot we can see here on the map of Tomb, like tactically when you're utilizing that fog of war. So it's an interesting concept, and we'll see how these players are able to manipulate that in a sense. We'll go ahead and get on into our game in just a few moments here, just making sure that all the players are ready to go. For you though, Mike, what is kind of the priority getting into Tomb of Spider Queen? Are you looking for, like, when you're drafting for yourself, are you looking to mostly focus on the wave clear? Obviously you want to consider team fight, but like, what's kind of the stronger dynamic? Is it team fight, wave clear, speed and rotations?
So the thing is, on a map of like Tomb of the Spider Queen, because it's short and you have a lot of, quick rotations that you can make, I prioritize wave clear, because wave clear opens up the opportunity to have rotations. Because if a wave's crashing under your tower, one player has to be there, right? Which means if you get into a fight, you're going to be at a disadvantage, guys. But it looks like we're going to be getting into it. This is game number 1 of today. So excited about this. Yeah, but basically, wave clear is the thing that I'm going to really want people to check out. I mean, I'd expect, as far as bans go, there are like a lot of the meta heroes, something like an Uther, Hogger, Bediv. There's kind of a lot of options that it kind of depends what they're looking kind of at. Something on this map, I think May is something that Lauber's really been liking. So I don't know if they'll first pick it, but maybe we could see that in the 2-3 later on.
Absolutely. The May has been really strong throughout our tournament weekend. And the other thing to kind of mention here is the fall off of Joanna, in a sense. She used to be the all around, just grab Joanna. Like she kind of checks the boxes any tank, but seems like May is starting to kind of make waves in that department. And we actually saw a lot of Muradin yesterday going into Battlefield of Eternity. And personally, I think Muradin on that map is really, really good. Q build Muradin's great for racing, control. He's got mobility, self-sustain. So we'll see as the day progresses if any of that changes. But I really got to say, Joanna on a map like Tomb is often the priority. But I think, as you're mentioning, that May kind of really starting to take that really big main tank role as a priority in that main tank role. But Junkrat actually will be banned out, interesting enough, against 2319.
All right, and it looks like 2319 is going to opt for the Medivh ban. So Junkrat traditionally is used as a counter to Medivh, so maybe this is a bit of mind games of OWO saying, hey, we're going to get rid of the Junkrat. So if you let Medivh through, you're going to really hate playing against it. So, I like that, because Junkrat generally not someone you'll see in those first 2 bans. Potentially we could see something like an Uther here. Don't really want to have to deal with the double support. And then I think Sonya, Hogger, both are also two, very high priority. So the Hogger is going to be the second ban for our European squad, and we're going to be getting into the first pick after this ban. And I'm excited to see what it is. I mean, do you let through something like the Uther? You know, do you want to play into that double support? Dino, so powerful, so strong on that Cassia. Is that something you want to take away? You know, you're really kind of choosing what you have to fight against here.
Absolutely. I'm thinking about this Junkrat ban still, and there's going to be the Uther ban, as you're mentioning. I wonder if the Junkrat ban is actually a bit of a show or a bit of a tell coming out from the side of OWO. I think that they're actually looking in for a dive-based composition. Tomb of the Spider Queen is actually great for Junkrat as well. You can use Concussion Mine and the Steel Trap within the bush in the top to mid rotation and get double vision from both of those, which is often utilized. The other good thing about Junkrat is he shuts down, not 100%, but he can really mess up a dive-based composition. Like, let's say Diablo or a Nubarak and Greymane are all sitting on top of a hero. Concussion Mine goes out, everything kind of takes a pause in the team fight. So I have seen that as the kind of anti-dive hero, and maybe that's the reason we're seeing it. But they're also, I mean, Twitch chat might be screaming about it already because they are all GMs and they know the game better than us. But it's there might be a target ban onto someone from the side of 2319 who has a strong Junkrat. Yeah. We'll have to see though. But we are going to have that Mei and Lucio for the side of 2319. Next two picks out from our red side. Is it dive heavy? Not 100%, but there's still some decent dive and setup. This is well drafted from both teams.
Yeah, so it looks like, you know, we are going to have the Mei and the Lucio coming out for the side of 2319. So Mei, very difficult to clear, also provides a really good amount, or a decent amount of wave clear. The Lucio also very mobile. One thing I will say is this game progresses. Once we get past level 10, is Copenhagen able to consistently get leaps onto Mason Blaze, right? That is something where if you can get a leap onto a Lucio, you can get that one shot, but it is such a, you know, quick hero that we may see, you know, a lot of mind games happening there of like, are leaps missing? Are leaps, you know, connecting? Who's kind of winning the battle there? But we have the Deckard and the Cassia as well. Comfort for Dino, comfort for X-Ray. I think a very strong composition if you're the side of Oyo, and it looks like Johanna's going to be the ban as well as Chromie, so they don't want to deal with that, you know, long distance artillery. And it looks like for the side of 2319, they want to make sure that they can actually kill the tank that they end up picking for the you know, team Oyo. How do you, it's like the anime like Oyo, like how do I pronounce it, because I keep butchering it. Ow ow.
It's I'm just going with OWO. Just simple enough. It's OWO. That's what I've gotten at least confirmation of that. But Sylvanas Urel on the left hand side. I do like the Chromie ban as well. There was a lot of setup from specifically just the Mei with Ice Wall, and the burst ability after that's really strong. Decker Kane does shut down some healing from Lucio with Emerald, so good CC, good setup. I'm sitting here giggling to myself a little bit because if like, I can't believe everyone's just like, yeah, it's gonna be Leap Sonya, and I'm like, I come from an age where I used to get mocked for saying things like that, so it feels so good. But realistically, getting back into our draft, I do believe our red side OWO does have a very strong dive heavy composition that clears waves really well, sieges extremely well on top of that, and then has control in the team fight with the Gul'dan, with Horrify or Decker Kane as well. I really am leaning into this red team a lot. I'm curious to see the last pick on the left-hand side. Needs to be some more wave clear unless we're seeing this triple frontline Hyper Carry Sylvanas composition that we saw a lot of yesterday. Gonna be a Tychus. All right, I like it. I actually like this a lot, but personally, Mike, I don't know about you, I would lean into our European friends on this one. I'm leaning into that red side. I really like the Anubarak and just for web rep shutdown, Cassia Fend, Decker Kane kind of checks so many boxes in CC and control and team fight. So what do you think as we load on into Team of Spider Queen, first map in our first best of 3?
I actually am gonna go with Team 2319. I think that the Tychus last pick for me, I think that Lauber's going to have a really, you know, he needs to be very careful this game. If he burrow charges in, it is a very easy situation for him to just get blown up and chased down, right? So that's really what I'm going to be watching as this game progresses, is going to be, you know, how, you know, liberal is Lauber being with his burrow charges. If he's going really aggressive, he doesn't actually have that much follow-up, right? They have the Leap Sonya potentially, but they have a Cassia and a Gul'dan. Those are both backline, you know, backline heroes. Generally, when you pick a Nubarak, you do want to have more of that dive comp. So I think they have the tools to win. I think they have some very, very impactful, strong ultimates. But I think a lot of this is going to come down to is, you know, are Copen and Lauber engaging when their team is in range to follow up? Because if they're not, they're easily going to get punished and kind of slain. So I think 2319 is going to be able to take it.
Well, let's go ahead and get on into game here. On the left-hand side, we have 2319 Tremor to be playing the May. We will be seeing Infrared on the Sylvanas, Roger on the Tychus, Nathanatos on the Urel, and Mason Blaze once again on that Lucio, as I was singing the praises earlier today in the broadcast. Mike, who's on that red side?
Yeah, so on the right, in the red, we've got Team Oyo. We've got Dino playing the Cassia, Ultralisk on that Gul'dan, Lauber playing the Anubarak, X-Ray on the Deckard Cain, and, Copenhagen rounding out the composition with that Sonya. And we are going to be getting into it. Game number 1. I am so excited for this Heroes of the Storm action, as it looks like both teams are going to be meeting up in this mid lane. Just looking to exchange damage, looking to, get prepped for that wave. As you see Nathanatos on that URL, just waiting patiently. Once the wave comes in, will most likely to go in and clear that. Everyone wants to get rotation advantage here.
The other thing to note, too, is we have a few questing talents in this early game. Ultralisk can be trying to finish out the Echoed Corruption as early as possible for that kind of reverb on those steps. And you also have the Lightning Strokes from that Cassia, already at 6 stacks on that one, and that's an indefinite questing talent, so she's going to be able to build up a lot of stacks onto that one. But it is going to be the split. We're going to see Urel and Sonya into bottom lane, and our core 4 will be through top and mid. I mean, we had our little kind of scuffle in mid, but the real reason we do that, everyone, it's not because it's about early game kills. It's about that's where the first wave crashes. You want to get that experience and then split off for your rotations, as you're seeing right now with Lauber getting chunked a little bit, but Dino still kind of returning damage into Tremor.
Yeah, I mean, checking into those stacks, though, I mean, I think if you're Team Oyo, you are happy with these trades. You have 4 Echoed Corruption stacks for your Gul'dan. Not a crazy amount, but on that Cassia, Dino already has 10 Thunderstroke stacks. So, they're pretty even wave clear, but they have the scaling talents. So as long as they're not feeding deaths here, I think you're happy with the way this game's going.
Mason Blaze and team have the advantage in the rotation, so I'm wondering, with that advantage, are they going to break off and look for a dive into bottom lane on the Sonya, or maybe split the Tychus just to be able to grab these Siege Giants through bottom lane as well? Because that's the big thing here. When you're doing rotations on Tomb of Spider Queen, not only do you want to be faster than the enemy team, but you also want to be ahead of the enemy team, because then you can have these moments where you can have the dive. A little bit of early game map control can kind of put the enemy team on the back foot in a sense, or at least make them a little worried that you might invade or find the dive. But either way, it's not going to be the case just yet. It's just going to be Bruiser camps through mid lane, and we will slowly but surely get into that first web weaver phase. Just a lot of early game soaking here.
A really good Bruiser camp take for the side of Team Oyo. They realized that they were behind in the 4-person rotation, right? They recognized we aren't winning this. Let's go get priority on our Knight camp, and that'll allow us to, you look at them getting half of this mid tower and also having their Knight set up. So a really, really smart heads-up rotation, losing the 4-person rotation and not just matching it. Oh, X right here, though, potentially in a scary rotation as the Thanatos able to get the knockback. Is Mason Blaze? No, the stun from Lauber, but Infrared going in here as Lauber going down very, very low, doesn't have the bro charge, and he's going to be taken out, and that's a decent number of jams. Dino wants to get them, but won't be able to, and that's the first kill of the game, going to the side of 2319. Lauber using that bird charge, trying to peel, and it's going to be taken out.
It's sad when you see an Anubarak that just had so much floor juice that they could have picked up, and instead they just walk away from it. Fun fact, everyone, you have to walk into the Deckard Cain healing to get healing, so maybe we'll see that adjustment as we come in, but that was first blood over to the side of 2319 as the first gem turn-in is available for our blue team here. Lauber back from death as the death timers are fairly low, coming in to invade and stop any sort of turn-in potential. Infrared has 7 gems currently, and we have 17 on Urel. Nathanatos coming in with the Righteous Hammer. There's going to be a Blizzard. Dino's the target and is not able to back off as the fight does continue here, Mike.
Oh, Dino being taken out. Copen as well in a very scary situation with the Sonya. This is 19 gems potentially going to be lost in a very scary situation. Lauber going to be able to get the majority of those. Still has the bro charge. Will be able to get out Roger, though. Maybe going low. Ultralisk as well. Infred potentially going to leave, but it looks like 2 players are going to fall. Dino as well as Copen. And, 2319. That's 3 kills, and they already have 31 gems dropped. And looks like Ultra, we are going to have a bit of a pause here. But I mean, really, 2319 is leading this game, right? They've gotten 3 kills so far, and, they have more gems dropped. I would expect to see them get the first Web Weaver phase here, as Sonya is still going to be dead. And the game's looking rough so far with the Europeans.
It's all ping. It's all ping. It's no. But realistically, it is very late for them. No, sorry, different excuse. What I really want to say here, though, it's Tomb of Spider Queen. So the early rotations have been stronger from the side of 2319. Their push potential is a lot better as well. You made an extremely good point in the draft, and I was sitting here and I was like, oh, we'll see how it goes. But you were saying that Tychus is going to have a field day going against this enemy composition. And I was sitting there and I was like, well, there is blinds from Cassia, but honestly, those have been, I wouldn't say lackluster, but almost missing, it feels, onto that Tychus. And he's had, as I was saying, free reign. I'm just looking at it right now, 9,000 heroic damage from that Tychus, and he's been finding effective damage. The Gul'dan on the opposing side, 11,000, but I feel like that's a lot more poke damage rather than this effective damage where it's solidifying kills consistently. And that's the big thing to talk about is, can the members of OWO shut down this Tychus? Because I feel like if they can't, it's just going to be a game run away by them. And as well, I do have to give credit also, Sylvanas, the overwhelming affliction at level 1, is also dealing percent-based damage as well. So it's a lot of layers here in favor of 2319. As you know, you have a lot more prowess and knowledge in this. Do you think that OWO has kind of like a talent tier spike, or is it really going to come down to countering, the Sylvanas or this Tychus?
I mean, I think ultimates are going to be big for them. Again, they have some very, very impactful ultimates. I think Laubers is going to get disrupted a little bit since they have the Sylvanas, have, Lucio, Tychus. They have a lot of options to break that cocoon, but it looks like we are going to be getting back into the game here as the players are going to be unpausing, but I think level 10 will be big. Ultralisk will get a tool that will allow them to reset the fight. With Fear, same with X-Ray, right? You get Stay a While and Listen, so you get these two pretty big disengage or kind of team fight restarting tools. And it looks like actually the first Webweaver phase is going to be going over to the side of 2319. The question is, what are they going to be able to get with this? I'd really like to see them. Actually, I love that they're not pushing out this mid wave. So this is really smart, holding until the Webweaver gets here. So really, really disciplined play. And they're going to look to pressure hard in the mid lane here.
Sylvanas is going to empower that push as well. She doesn't have possession, but will be able to make quick work of some of those towers with that black arrow value. Tychus to split in top and Yrel to go into bottom lane. That's going to be your setup from the side of 2319 in this Webweaver phase. As the mid lane's getting shredded, Tremor stepping in. Seems like, though, it's going to be a little passive poke for now.
Yeah, both teams just kind of rushing. Tychus in the top lane, though. Dino maybe going a bit aggressive here, as it looks like Mason Blaze is going to be able to go in. Tremor is low, but still should have that ice block. Some rubies are going to go down. Dino able to escape, but Lauber going in here. Tremor going to be forced to use that ice block. Should be able to kite out, but during all of this, top wall is going to fall, and that's pretty much a full level lead for the side of 2319. If they play their cards right, if they play it slow, they should be able to get a level 10 advantage, and then also chain a second turn in, and then hopefully get a fort or two.
We'll see if the secondary turn-in's possible, at least back-to-back is available. 47 gems in the pocket of 2319. OWO with 12 turned in and 59 in their pockets, looking for their first turn-in and maybe find some counter pressure on this map and maybe even close that experience gap. But I feel, honestly, if this is a turn-in for our red team, it's mostly going to be just them kind of closing the experience gap. This 10 talent here, it is looming in favor of 2319.
Yeah, and it looks like we are very closely going to be approaching the moment that 2319 does have that large power spike. You see Ultralisk in the top lane on the Gul'dan is just going to be off clearing, forcing the Tychus to rotate up there, buying or freeing up a little bit of pressure for their team. As for a brief moment, they have a 4v5 on this bottom side, but it looks like Nathanatos is going to be going in for the turn in here. Would expect to see 2319 pressure pretty hard with this level 10 advantage, trying to get their turn in. The Yrel, I would have liked to see rotate top potentially. So it looks like Lauber trying to get a couple more gems in.
Just going to be interrupted, this little kind of back and forth dance between the two players. Wanted to look really quickly. It's going to be 8 gems in from Infrared. So I think, if I'm not mistaken, let me check the gem count. The turn-in availability is specifically through the Yrel on 2319, as she has 20 gems in her pockets. A few gems in the Tychus, and I believe there was like 3 gems on that May as well. But there it is. Nathanatos gets that sneak, and you called it. Back-to-back turn-ins come through. 10 Talentiers, though, do trickle in on the side of OWO. What is the red team defense, as there's a lot of siege through mid?
Yeah, one thing to note is the Sonya did opt into Wrath, right? So they don't have that burst blow potential. So it really looks like they're going to be going for sustained damage, looking to trade damage into the Yrel, into the front line of 2319. So yeah, again, we'd expect to see Lauber play pretty patient with that burrow charge, really just looking to use it to peel. And this kind of tells me they just want to try and, win the tank burn, right? Where basically we're going to do more damage to your tanks than you can do to ours. And with the backline of a Cassia and a Gul'dan, I think they have the potential. Valk actually coming out from Dino, but a good ice wall from Cheddar and the follow-up X-Ray with the stay a while and listen, only going to connect onto one. That's a lot of ults forced here, Baha.
Thanatos, though, diving into Ultralisk. Wailing Arrow connects onto this Gul'dan as well. Some high fives out from Mason Blaze. Copenhagen looking to dive into the backline with that Wrath Berserker. Ultralisk very low on the top right of our screen. A lot of members are going to be kind of poked down, but no one will be falling as the second Webweaver phase through mid will find the front gate. Top lane Webweaver just about to fall to the Gul'dan, but it still should find that top lane fort. This is a very well-played objective phase, but now I think that there's a collapse onto the Sonya. There's a big corridor fight as the Ardent Defender is used by the Urel, but honestly, Mike, here, I think this is going to be a disengage from the side of 2319.
Yeah, just such a hard corridor to walk through. X-Ray, you know, throwing cubes as well as triangles in there, just getting CC onto everyone. So a smart play from 23 to 19 to opt to just walk out here as Infrared is going to clear out the mid wave. But during all this, Ultralisk, really good job able to sneak the turn in into top. But one thing to know is that 23-19 potentially actually Copenhagen gonna go down here. The ice wall as well, a lot of gems. X-Ray able to catch them. But Lauber, the next person in their sights, and he is going to fall. The question is, can they get more if X-Ray goes for these gems? Okay, no, it's going to be able to escape, but that is going to be their turn-in effectively wasted as two heroes are going to be going down.
Yeah, it was a really good shutdown from 2319 right there, reading the mispositioning of Sonya, or at least diving out onto her. Well played, and then Lauber just getting shut down. I'm looking at this here, and I'm wondering, and maybe I'm stretching the idea too far, I guess you could say. I feel like the draft initially from Owo was to be this aggressive dive burst composition. Nubarak goes in, Cassia is going to be able to fend in as well. I'm watching Ultralisk, and I don't know if you're going to make it out of here, bud. Drops the Horrify, but X-Ray's here in time. Valkyrie, though, does catch Mason Blaze, stay a while and listen, and actually it's a 10-second cooldown on that stay a while. It wasn't even necessary.
What? I thought Ultra was dead for sure, and they turned it into another kill. Tremor, the next person in their sights, and that is going to be two falling. Absolute disaster for 2319, and that's three. They're surely going to get four. This turn-in started out with them losing two heroes, and they ended getting a fort and 4 kills. And that is going to be a gem effective reset for 2319 as they are now down to 6 and 82 gems to 6. This looks, I thought the game was going so well pacing wise for 2319, but a bit of an overextension over trying to get that Gul'dan, and you know, it just goes so bad.
Excuse me, sorry, I had to cough right then. So let me go back to my thought, because we had a team fight and everything, and this is what I wanted to ask you about. I honestly feel like Owo initial draft style was dive in, you've got Cassia fend, you've got potential leap from Sonya, but then with those early game kills and the team fights being shut down by 2319, I feel like there was an adjustment into the heroic playstyle with this Valkyrie, with the Stay Wild and Listen and the Wrath Berserker. And I think it was a style adaptation midway through the game from Owo, because I mean, look at this. They hit 10 talent tiers power spikes, and the game is absolutely swapped in pressure. I want to ask you this really quickly. Do you want to try and jump into those OO comms as they have another Webweaver?
Yeah, I'd love to hear them, as you know, they're about to hit level 16 and are pressuring super hard right now.
Yeah. We go mid now.
Yes. I like to push
bottom camp after.
Wait, pause.
pause. What's wrong?
Good, man. I crashed.
Oh, okay, looks like we have a bit of a pause right now, so we had to kind of jump out of there. Apparently, looks like we might have had a player crash or something like that. But either way, we did get to hear a little bit of those comms really quickly. So in the couple seconds we got before that pause, was there anything that stood out to you, Mike? I was still trying to make sure I got everyone on the right channel.
Yeah, well, so the cool thing about high-level competitive gaming is that the players actually play in advance, and they play in like 5 to 10 seconds when it comes to like rotations. So you heard very briefly, I don't know who said it, but someone said we should do bottom camp after. So there is currently a full Webweaver phase, and they are talking about, hey, that's potentially an objective we could take once this is over, right? So that's them very much being conscious of like, okay, we're going mid, we're pressuring mid, but once we're done with this, what potentially should we be looking at doing as we are getting back into it? Level 16 closely approaching for the side of Team Oyo, and it looks like they may potentially be able to get this mid keep here, as 16 has now been achieved, and they have a decent amount of damage. Tremor going very, very low.
Copenhagen is not going to continue to sustain the Wrath Berserker. It looks like this will be the disengage. No mid lane keep to be found. A little bit of back and forth dancing here, but the waves are pressed up, and here's the big thing too. You mentioned it earlier, there was gem reset on the side of 2319. Owo is only 10 gems away. That's roughly 4 waves to catch. Waves are pushed up, but it's not that big of a deal. As you mentioned, here's going to be the camp rotations that give time for said waves to kind of get pressed in, and Owo can find their 3rd turn in of the game. Yeah, 3rd.
Yeah, so if you're this side of 2319 here, once you take out your knights, you want to pressure out the waves a little bit, and you really want to stall this turn in. You don't want to give this up for free, because if you do, you're most likely going to lose the mid keep, and you'll be down to like a level 18 or level 19 to 17 situation where they can just try and stall out for 20. So this is really your do or die moment. You need to take a fight here potentially, as you see the side of 2319 rotating in, as it looks like Urel on the bot side looking for a flank here.
Nathanatos has the Avenging Wrath and will dive in, looking to try and maybe get that Righteous Hammer onto Gul'dan. Gonna have the Wrath Berserker popped, Horrify out. There's going to be a big ol' burst onto this Gul'dan. Wailing Arrow was popped by the Sylvanas as well. Commandeer Odin comes out as the Stay a While and Listen will be there. Nathanatos does drop low, and it's going to be 2 kills, 3 kills for the side of Owo, only losing their Gul'dan.
Yeah, I mean, really, really well played by Mason Blaze on that Lucio, using the helping hand to cleanse the fear, like an absolute god play right there. Giving himself and I believe it was either Urel or May unstoppable, so that they were able to finish that kill. But just the damage output from the Cassia, from that Wrath of Berserker Sonya is just too much, right? So even if they're able to get 1 kill, the amount of trade damage they take is just so high. So I think we need to see them maybe like flirt in a little more, flirt in and out a little bit better. You can't hard commit as much just because there is so much AoE damage for the side of Team Oyo.
Tremor's gonna try and poke in through this mid lane, but I agree, it's a little bit of it's a little scary on the side of 2319 right now. As a 3rd Web Weaver phase does come in, Valkyrie comes out, will not connect onto anyone just yet. Mid lane keep looking very, very low, and this will be a swap rotation to top lane from our red team.
Yeah, as it looks like they are going to be rotating to the top keep. Potentially Roger, if he's not careful, could be in a very scary situation, as it looks like they are going to just give up their top keep as well, opting to rotate into the bot lane. Level 20 is about, one level away for the side of Team Oyo, and I would expect to see, the Ice Wall coming out is going to connect. This is potentially disastrous. Actually, Roger getting pushed off really hard. A lot of counter damage coming in. The fear onto the Urel before the ult activated as well, and the big stay a while is, listen, the silence follow-up though from Infrared may be enough to turn it around, as X-Ray potentially going too far. Roger trying to cut out here from the triangle. It looks like Tremor gets the blind onto Dino here, taking a lot of damage onto that May. Half a level from 20 Baha, as this is kind of a final desperation fight for 2319.
It's really, really well played from the side of Owo to actually dive back into the enemy team, as actually they're doing it right now. But when that Ice Wall came out onto Ultralisk, I love the read from Dino to say, if I fend into their team, they will run away. And that's exactly what happened. It bought a little bit of time for that Ice Wall to go down, and no value to be found. Lobber mounts up, Lucio maybe chasing in, so is Tremor. Impale backwards, and it looks like there's that Fog of War play. We just saw Dino and Ultralisk utilizing that corner, but no engagement, as Copenhagen will be able to move through bottom lane and find a camp. Gonna be, just really quickly, ignore Pain for the Sonya. No composite spear for her.
Yeah, so opting to just not wanting to get blown up. I mean, I think that is the correct play, because these fights, if they go long, they are, going in favor, as Tremor looking to force something here, wants to get, a brief 4v5 advantage here, because they don't have level 20, and this is a very scary situation. If they go up to the top boss, if they start pressuring the top boss, I think that this is going to be a very rough situation for 2319, but they could still pull it out. They have the tools. Once that May Ice Wall is back up in around 25 seconds, they may have the opportunity. Tremor, though, face checking the bush and getting blown up for it. The silence from Infrared to try and peel is not going to be enough, as that's 2 heroes falling, and this looks like a disastrous outcome for the side of 2319. Surely Roger is going to fall as well, and I think with that Tychus death, game number 1, the hopes maybe going as well. Actually, Dino, are they PMing? Is this hot?
No, it's it's a common thing I find with a lot of Grandmaster players here, Mike. A lot of times they're unsure of how much health or mana they have, so they constantly do this very interesting tactic of starting to Hearth without looking at their health bar, and then they realize they have full health, so then they just actually stop the Hearth. But yeah, I mean, our red team was basically just like, oh, whoa, you step into the bush with a Mei? Goodbye. All right, that's it. And now they're going to find themselves ZRL, and it is going to be Dino thirsting after another kill, which they're not going to find because the Hearth came out. And yeah, I would say this is a little uncertainty, if you will, from the side of OWO if they can end or not. But absolutely they can end. That'll be game number 1 going over to the side of our red team. GG, well played. I said that they're the team to beat. Well, excuse me, I said 23-19 is the team to beat, and they definitely have been able to do so on the side of OWO. A very well played first game. I will say this. Kai Berries in chat did say I have to give one good OWO, so I'm trying to give you at least one good one throughout the games, all right? I'll give you one. Somewhere in there will be a good one. But either way, reeling it back to this game itself, what were your thoughts as we kind of wrap this up and we take a look at the stats in just a second?
So Copenhagen was top damage on that Sonya. You know, I initially thought that it was going to be elite, but I think that Wrath adaptation was really, really good for the side of Team Oyo. Or like, the Sonya had almost 10k more damage than Cassia. And that's a loss, right? So I just think that really good adaptation from the ultimates. Traditionally, in the last couple of months, we've been seeing a lot more leap. So, you know, I like Copen realizing that leap is not the play in this situation. I don't want to jump into a Tychus and get blown up. So, you know, like that adaptation. And I think they played it pretty well. That being said, I do think 23-19 really, with that overextension on the bot fort where they were trying to get Ultralist, they lost 4 deaths, had their gem count reset. You know, it's like they need to walk away from this game and know, hey, we can win this one, right? Like that first game, we were leading the whole early game. We were leading the early mid game. We just had a bit of an overextension. If we played a little bit cleaner going into this next game, we can take it. So really, at least for me, I'm happy. Like the quality in that first game was insane. These are some really, really talented players.
Oh, absolutely. I do have to say as well, like Sonya with this 54,000 heroic damage. Hello. It's just like, whoo. I mean, you outdid your Ghoul. Dan I'm still stuck on that one. But either way, looking at this last draft, which was, in my opinion, and maybe, as I said, I might be kind of just embellishing this a little bit more in my head than it actually is, but I really feel like OWO was able to kind of midway through the game adjust their playstyle. I think they went in with this kind of dive burst set composition, but instead towards the end they're like, well, let's maybe go for a kind of a pick pull composition with the Cassia Deckard and have Sonya, Gul'dan, and Nubrak play off of those two. And I think that adaptation, if it was a change up, because it did feel that way, is really, really well played. Because early game, it felt like they tried to have that dive with the Nubrak Cassia, maybe a little bit of slowing with the Deckard Kane with that Sapphire. So just good adaptation, good play from both sides. If you're on the side of 23-19, you're the losing team here, Mike. Do you go for first pick or map pick priority? I always like to kind of get an insight into someone's head on this. Is it because that last game, it was neck and neck, as you know, we're both kind of saying here. And what would you do? Like, what would be your gut? Is there a priority onto map at this point, or is it going to be more like, all right, we need a composition?
So it really depends on what kind of a team you are. So there are certain teams that really shine on like specific maps, right? And I think, let's take a CCL example. I feel like someone like wildheart would be a good example. They have a very unique style and draft that they get. And there are certain maps, you know, something like Infernal Shrines, where they just have like a plethora of just random picks that you cannot account for, so that they're pretty much guaranteed to get a draft that is comfortable for them. So, you know, if 23-19 is similar to that, where they have a couple of maps where they feel like they really have strength when it comes to draft, I think that I would opt in to that. If they feel like they're, you know, pretty much a solid team, you know, they feel like, hey, we should have won that game number 1 if we didn't overextend a bit, you know, then maybe they go for that first pick.
No, we'll have to see. Actually, we have that ready to go for you all. And let's see where we're going to for game number 2. It's going to be Battlefield of Eternity. This will be the map choice of OWOs. So that means that 23-19 has opted for first pick priority. I gotta say, I like Battlefield. It's a of all the maps that were added into Heroes of the Storm through events and stuff like that, Brax's Holdout, Towers of Doom, Forehead Junction. I really like I really like the Diablo event we had. Like, it was one of the first big events we had in Heroes of the Storm when we got, I believe, Karazim and Butcher and Joanna, I think, as well. Battlefield of Eternity and Infernal Shrines, just such well-rounded maps. I mean, as you said, there's a plethora of ways to play Infernal Shrines, and Battlefield kind of feels like that way as well. You can really go into the race potential. You could go into team fight potential. There's kind of a hybrid where you're looking for race and macro, and you're really just kind of playing around the push potential around Belethor or Larian. So I really like the fact that we're heading to a map like this. You know, my priority is kind of these unique hybrid race compositions. What do you kind of lean into for a map like Battlefield?
I mean, I like race. I think a hero like Leeming rises in priority. Brings a lot of burst damage, you know, allows you to run a lot more of those kill compositions. You know, someone like Tremor, I think, is really well known for his Diablo, right? So that's something where this is a good Diablo map, a lot of wallbang opportunities. So maybe that's a hero that we see potentially them picking up down the line. They did highly prioritize Mei in that last game, and I think he did have a solid Mei performance. But you know, maybe they can hold their tank later and get that Diablo. So that's something I'll be kind of looking for, is like, where does Leeming fall in priority? How much race do the comps have? And then, you know, potentially what tanks do we see down the line? Something like a Murden, something like a Diablo.
I would love to see Murden on this map. I was saying earlier that I think he's such a phenomenal hero for a map like this with Q build, the race potential. Even then, I mean, you can finish out your questing talent fairly early because you're constantly in the face of 4 enemy members, and then you have the race as well, so you can step into them. So finishing that baseline quest for the piercing value is fairly easy. And then at level 4, you get the Sledgehammer, which is 350% increased damage to anything that isn't a hero. So you can rocket like somewhere in the 16 range. You can rocket like 1,000 damage into a structure and immortal, and then get cooldown reduction and do that a few seconds later. So I just think that playstyle is not undervalued. It's just we don't see it as much because Joanna, Garrosh, Mei, not so much ETC anymore, but Diablo are really kind of at the forefront in priority with the engage, the setup, the kind of CC that they also offer. But we're here into Battlefield. We have the members of 2319 on the left-hand side, and we have Owo up 1 in this best of 3 series to determine who goes to that grand finals later today. Mike, we're getting to these bans. Anything that kind of pops up to you? Maybe something different than maybe a Sonya or a Hogger ban?
I think it's probably going to be Sonya Hogger. Maybe we see something like a Brightwing or a Lucio, potentially. I mean, I don't think that we would see the side of 2319 remove Lucio, because I think that is one of Mason's plays. You know, like, he's a very, very good on that support. But maybe that is something for the side of Team Oyo, where they want to get rid of that. But I think Sonya Hogger are probably going to be the standard bans that we do see end up coming out here.
Makes a lot of sense. Hogger's ability to clear out camps and actually go bounce off the Immortal is actually decent race as well. Sonya ban as well. I can't believe we are in the world where Sonya is this prioritized in the bans. But we get into first pick. Oh, no, I love it too. I mean, I love the fact that we're in Leap. We're in the Leap Sonya range, and teams are attempting to do washing machine here and there. I see you, Europe. I know what you're doing. I'm watching you. I see you doing washing machine. I appreciate it. But first pick on the side for 2319 could be that steal onto Cassia. Could take that away from Dino here.
Yeah, I also, you know, Leeming is a hero that I really like. Okay, yeah. So it is. So it is going to be the first pick.
And Infrared's Leeming's pretty choice as well. So I'm excited for this one.
I think this is a really solid pick. I mean, it opens up. Leeming is a hero that plays really well with, you know, something like that Muradin, something like that Diablo later down the line. Also Mei, you know, it's like there are a lot of flex tanks options you can go here. Picking a Leeming doesn't reveal much about your composition, and it really makes you flexible to do a lot of different things. The question is, do we see potentially something like a Cassia, you know, maybe that Deckard Kane? As it looks like it is going to be a Rexar plus that Cassia, and I think the Rexar adaptation is pretty good. I mean, you can use Misha to really try and tank some of those Leeming spells, also be able to check some bushes, gives you kind of the initial CC to your CC chain. So I like the Rexar pick. I haven't, you know, watched Copen play that much Rexar, but, you know, they picked it first pick, so I'm sure it's something he's pretty confident on.
I mean, if you're picking a Rexar up early, it means that you want that priority for the Misha control, and that does give the Mei and Brightwing over to the opposing side. Phase shift is really big, so I wonder if there's going to be any priority ban onto a Deckard or Ana from the side of 2319 to mitigate the Biotic Grenade or Emerald value. We actually did see Emerald countering Brightwing quite a bit yesterday. There was actually a few good games where it was just like, God, Fascia comes in and there's like the most sliver of health coming back to that friendly member. So 75% healing reduction with Emerald, pretty big. 100% with Biotic Grenade, even bigger. So that's the reason. Like I'm kind of stuck on those two because I'm just like I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, no, I think one of those two bans. I think targeting support would be a pretty good idea. I mean, X-Ray does really like both of those heroes, the Ana and the Deckard. So Okay, so it looks like they actually opt to take away the Lucio. So not afraid of the Deckard or the N. I mean, I guess if there are 3 really good support options you don't want to play against, maybe swapping to a different role and taking away a tank. But yeah, I mean, the Lucio, I guess they really don't want to have to deal with the dive, which does make sense. You know, you want your Lee as well as your Brightwing to not have to, you know, fear for the Lucio just running their team at you, because they could potentially gone like a Maiev with that, you know, paired like a Maiev Lucio and just really aggressive. So it's going to be the Stukov and the Hanzo rounding out the composition. So very much a front to back. You have, you know, the 2 auto attackers with the Cassia, the Hanzo, you know, Rexar to really help with positioning. But I mean, the question is going to be, what tank is it going to be for Lauber? Like, I hope it's a Mei, I hope it's a Johanna, because they need something tanky.
I feel like they could go actually with the Murden, but that's just me playing to my own desires. I do like the Lucio ban as well, because it actually mitigates the Ice Wall setup value, which is, it's not super telegraphed, but if Lucio can read it, you can get that high 5 and mitigate any sort of setup from that burst combo. But speaking of burst combos, we're going to be seeing an Imperious, not a hot priority, not the best wave clear against a Misha Rexar. So Raynor, or I feel like we're going to get a lot of assistance into that Imperious throughout the top lane phase, because I feel like the Rexar Misha is just going to be way too punishing. And there's a Nubrak, is again, Lauber just feeling comfortable on the big Beetle. Speaking of, Beetles are really impactful. I love that we're seeing Beetle build, because it's just giving so much. I was actually mentioning yesterday to Goon, I was just like, there's the Beetles can get in the way of a lot of things, and Li Ming is typically, she counters him with Disintegrate, but he kind of counters her with these Beetles. So it's going to be interesting. A lot of damage to be eaten, and I gotta say, I'm a fan of Owo once again. I gotta give it over to them as we're loading into game here. Mike, what are your thoughts as we're about to, and who do you think is actually going to win?
I think I got to give it to Oyo as well. I mean, I think it's close. I think that, you know, 2319 does have the tools. They have a very scary burst composition, right? If they get a spear into a Brightwing Poly with the follow-up damage of a Raynor and a Li Ming, something's dying. But I think that, you know, if Copen's in position, potentially can use that Misha Sun, a Nubrak, you know, Lauber does have, you know, CC that can hit multiple people. So I think they have the tools to be able to basically not get one shot. But the question is really just going to come to execution and, you know, fog of war. Is the Imperious able to get some flanks? You know, is the Imperious able to come from angles that they're not prepared for? Because that really is so important.
Well, we'll have to see. Oh, whoa, we're on the right side with the X-Ray on the Stukov, Lauber on the Anubrak, Ultralisk on the Hanzo, Copenhagen on the Rexar, Misha playing the Misha, and Dino on Cassia.
And then on the left, in the blue, we've got team 2319, Roger on the Raynor, Mason Blaze playing that Brightwing, Tremor on the Mei, and then it looks like they're going to be running down the bot lane. Li Ming is going to be Infrared, and then we are going to have Nathanatos on that Imperious in the top lane, so it looks like it is going to be a 3v4 or 3v5 in the bot lane as Tremor is just going to run away from Lauber there. A lot of aggression from Lauber, not afraid of anything.
Yeah, I mean, that was the aggression I was expecting from that last game as well. We are seeing, as you mentioned, that kind of 2-3 setup style from 2319, and that's kind of what I was expecting with this Imperious. I don't feel like he's going to be too often alone in the top lane, but also, let me get your thoughts on this here. No pickup onto the simple geometry at level 1, and instead it's going to be target practice. So you get 100 extra damage after you hit every hero 3 times. You get the 30% range after hitting every hero once. I've seen arguments made that the level 1 quest isn't that good because you don't get it finished out super fast, even though people get it finished out 5 minutes into the game. And the secondary arrows aren't that big. I feel like those secondary arrows are massive going into race potential. What do you think here for like a Hanzo level 1?
I mean, I think it's a pretty solid adaptation. As a Hanzo, you really are the most fragile person on your composition, and they have a very terrifying one-shot composition. So this is basically Ultralisk signaling to me that he doesn't want to auto-attack, right? He's like, I just want to get my Qs, and I want to stand very far away from everyone and just shoot from downtown. Okay. That's a pretty solid approach, as actually Dino is going to get polymorphed as well as, but a really good blind. So Dino threw the blind onto Roger of that Raynor, stopping the follow-up damage. But yeah, I mean, I like the adaptation of the Q. It doesn't do that much damage, but if he's not feeling confident about those Ws, I don't think it's a terrible choice.
Because that's the one thing I've always wondered myself, because even then, I feel like target practice is a lot more, ouch, top lane, it's going to be Imperious going down, first blood to the side of Owo. But I feel like if we're talking about finishing on a questing talent, this one feels the most difficult to finish, but that's just me personally. I mean, I'm sure that Ultralisk has no problem finishing out fast. It's that comparison of value into the Immortal race and the actual value of how quickly you can finish it out. We'll keep an eye on that as the game does progress, but off of that subject, we are here on Battlefield. We will get the announcement of Belith and Alarian in roughly 10 seconds, and they'll be up for contest a little bit after that, and some dive onto Tremor, but no kill to be found.
Yeah, just exchanging some damage. And this is something that you're going to see pretty much all the high-level teams do at around 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Everyone is going to be rotating to their bruiser camp. The reason you do this is because you want to sync up your bruiser camp with when the Immortal is spawning. And this basically puts your opponents in a situation where one of their heroes has to be in the bottom lane to respond to that camp. Oh, but Lauber actually getting polymorphed and pushed back as well. And Lauber maybe with a bit of a overextension 30. No! And Lauber goes down right before the first objective, and he's not going to come back up for about 10 seconds. So that's going to be the first halftime, most likely going the way of 23-19.
Tremor will actually push up this wave a little bit further, making sure the soak's coming in. Rexar actually pushing up the top wave. So bottom lane to be managed by Owo, but you know what? Here, let me just say this as the caster GM, and we see everything. If you would have just gotten into, what is it, Shed Exoskeleton at level 4 Lauber, you would have had movement speed and a little extra shielding. You would have been fine right there. No, I'm just kidding. It's just... I love the idea. It's like, oh, we're casters. We can just look at it and be like, oh, yeah, you could have just taken this one talent. You would have lived. But I do actually like this bed of barbs at level 4. Really allows the rest of the team to kind of set up and follow these kills. And speaking of follow-up kills, I can't believe it. Tremor's still alive. Cryo Freeze comes through. Mason Blaze got the phase shift in as well, and this is just Tremor living with 6 health bars, each one of them getting to 20% in the end. The members of Owo are going to find themselves that kill, but look at the Belith on this left-hand side. Li Ming's been dumping in damage consistently.
Yeah, there's only 1,000 HP left. Infrared trying to finish it off. Roger as well, gonna go for the crew. Brightwing trying to throw in damage. 1K. Thanatos full committing, wanting to secure this before Ultralisk can get it. Who's gonna get it? 43 HP, and they're going to be able to secure it for 23-19. They lose the Imperious, but that is a worth trade, a smart heads-up decision from the Imperious to go in there and be able to just barely secure the Immortal for their team.
I mean, I don't like. I like the step forward from Imperious. I like getting, but it's first Immortal of the game. You just gave over roughly 1,000 or 900 extra HP to the enemy team, and this level gap's starting to form. Like, yeah, you get this first Immortal, but it's pretty much mitigated. I don't know if it would have been worthwhile just to back off and say, all right, we eat this one. Regardless, it is going to be that Alarian through top lane getting 2 towers off the front gate, 7's up on both sides. And actually, can I take a peek at Hanzo by chance and see? He's hit 2 out of 5 heroes, and that's it.
I think if you...
Oh, no, I got him. Yeah, it's literally, he's hit 2 out of 5 heroes once. Or at least once. There's a way to break it down further, but I don't want to break my vision too much from production as the silence and the Mason Blaze again with another phase shift just in time.
Yeah, Tremor able to survive again. Really good job from that Brightwing. Thanatos going to be throwing a bit of damage down into the Misa, but pretty much a full level lead for the side of Team Oyo, as it looks like Tremor is going to be going in here. Ultralisk going to be, you know, there's pretty much a full creep wave, so it's so hard for Infrared on that Li Ming to be able to follow up. Good positioning from Ultralisk, knowing that, okay, yeah, you can go on me, but your team won't be able to follow up. So it'll end up just being a poor trade. But Thanatos, speaking of follow-up on the Imperious, is going to be able to go in and take down X-Ray on the Stukov. And that does help, you know, even up the experience a bit.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm sitting here. I was actually looking at Dino. Dino was in that bush that the enemy team rotated through. And I'm sitting here saying, because I'm surprised that it wasn't communicated and it didn't. Either way, it's surprising that actually was the play that went through and Thanatos found the kill. I would have thought that Dino got the information out to Stukov to back off, but either way, Immortal spawn here in the next 10 seconds. We've got 10 Talontiers nearing on both sides here. Mike, which team do you want to go take a peek at comms?
I mean, I'd love to listen to the side of Team Oyo as they are going to hit level 10 first, but Dino actually really quick may potentially be getting gone on here, or actually their turnaround. I would expect everyone to be all right. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to listen to Oyo as they are going to hit 10 first, and I want to hear how they're going to, like, push that advantage.
Let's jump in.
Here. I might look for Cocoon. Look here. Can we get?
Maybe.
Look at the swimmer.
I don't think we...
Hello? Exit?
Yeah, I'm on it. I had to dodge a model stuff.
Kill him.
Arrow here, arrow here, arrow here.
Oh, he's nervous.
Yeah, you will not play Hanzo again. Not like this.
Full race, full
Only
race.
Hanzo
May
is
still dead. Full race, May still dead. I'm checking if they're doing hard cap. If they do, we tag us with.
I
one.
race,
Yes,
I race.
tag with one.
Full
Tag
race.
with one. Tag with one.
I mean, the first race and then I take.
I can.
I can E over the wall.
I can also E over the wall.
Yeah, over the wall.
Let's go.
And the
I'm also Ying.
Oh!
Yeah.
Oi! That's being though. Use your D. Look at these plebs though that can't even come over. Fucking Cooper and X-ray. Not following the call.
Okay, maybe they're crazy.
I think we're soaking by the way, top.
I love the lobber just hello? Like he web reps this raider and everyone's just like, yeah, I don't know about that one, lobber. Just,
I mean, it translates to the kill though. They got the May. Yeah, so he in his head he was, we're level 10. He can't do this. He can't stand here. And if they don't end up killing, the original target, but they are able to swap over. And you heard the good comms there, also recognizing that if they start their camp, we can start ours as well. And they are just getting maximum advantage out of this Immortal. I would expect to see them actually coping on the Misha. Is going to be rotating down here as well. Potentially a Hanzo arrow from deep downtown. Able to connect to 3, and Infrared is the first to fall, but surely not the last, as Roger on that Rainer, and that is both damage dealers down for the side of 2319, as it looks like Tremor may be the next person in their sights, but they're not going to be able to get it.
Immortal still healthy through bottom lane. Rexar finds the first charge. Secondary Impale comes out from Lobber, as this will be the phase shift in just in time from Mason Blaze, getting some blink heals in as well. But Belith will confirm the bottom lane keep. Watch your screen on that right-hand side. That's going to be in the Thanatos, setting up for an Impale onto Dino, but the counter engage does come out. Dino does get shredded by the Disintegrate of Li Ming as another combo comes out. Lobber will go down. The overextension through bottom lane is being punished. And it seems like, at least for now, it's going to be a triple kill in Dash Raid.
Surely. Nathanatos on that Imperious, though. Such a good flank around. And one thing I don't know, after they hit that initial spear, right, after they set up that first kill, instantly backed off into Fog, mounted up, and went back to flank. Right? They're like, I need my Q up until I'm a hero. So just a really smart heads up play from Nathanatos, understanding their role, right? And recognizing, okay, I'm the catch. I'm the person that's going to allow my DPS to get the finish. And really, they needed that. They're down a keep at this moment. This is a dire situation. They need to get a fort here. They need to open up a win condition, as it looks like level 13 is now going to be achieved for both teams 10 minutes into this game. And Nathanatos potentially looking for more kills here, looking for more kill opportunities. But Hanzo Arrow, Tremor, and Roger, oh, they'll be okay.
Valkyrie was narrowly pulls in a few members right there, but I do like the hard play into this bottom lane right now from, good agility over the wall. Gonna be a massive shove out from X-Ray as well. Lobber getting slowed, gonna get locked down. Imperious with the Celestial Charge as well. Lots of damage into Lobber, and Nubrak does go down. Boars are unleashed by the Rexar. Imperious pops the Angelic Armament, but they're split from the friendly team. 1-for-1 trade in the end here. We do have a few seconds on both of these teams for some respawns as the Immortal phase comes through. You want to check out the opposing side comms? We haven't gotten into 2319s at all.
Yeah, I would love to hear what's going on in there.
All right, let's jump in.
Okay. I have Ice Wall on 10 as well. We can look when anything's up.
I'll catch bottom. I don't see for 15.
Oh, they're behind us actually right here. They don't have Lobber though. They have Z.
Spawn now.
Don't.
Seeing like a few. After I skill a few more minutes, I'll just see you immediately.
Yeah.
Please slow, please slow.
So
I'm on my way.
Need to wait for him.
I think it's here really.
D's stick off D for like another 5 seconds. Are we just gonna start pushing in though?
I have ulti in 15.
They have full vision of me.
First
I have
spells.
treat by the way. Z CD?
35.
I'm looking at Ice Wall top side. They also have Cocoon.
Yeah, they're split a little
I'm
bit.
like flanking.
If Cassie's here, we can look at her.
Yeah.
Take
I
on
can't
camera.
see them
I'm
right
gonna
now.
start catching top wave. Just
Wait, full commit on me
Nice.
though. Just watch. Pretty
I
chill.
have now. I'm just gonna back and like make
I got stunned. I need
I'll Z. Yeah.
Anubis nothing. Anubis nothing by the way.
spear?
Can you look?
Oh, I'm kicking.
Looking at him. Looking at him still. Anubis nothing. He's moving. He's moving.
I have no
He's moving.
The combo.
I'm low.
We're low,
Okay,
we're
barrel.
low. Back up.
Here,
We're
reset,
still
maybe?
fine, but We need to heal up a little bit.
Noob's gonna look for another E soon.
I have to.
Cass is clear on top, can we?
I have all my cooldowns.
You can, like, yeah. But the problem is like, we're not.
On that right there, Mike, is the comms that we were listening to. There's very clear what the intentions were, who was getting what, but I feel like in comparison to Owo's comms, this was very, I wouldn't say low energy, but it was very much so serious.
Definitely. I mean, different team environments. You know, people shining different things. As it looks like Lab are actually going to take a decent amount of damage, but the Immortal is going to go over to the side of their comms was much more, I would call it analytical, right? You heard people say ult up in 5, or you know, stun up in 5, ult up in 10 seconds. It was much more individuals giving information to the collective, right? We want everyone to know what our cooldowns are, so we know our collective power level. And you know, that's something that I think they did really well. Also, Infrared did a good job calling the kite out, recognizing that Mason Blaze was low. He said, hey, let's kite back. We're still fine. We're okay. We just need to heal up. And, you know, they didn't lose, like, they lost the Immortal, you know, and they're down a 16 advantage, but they didn't lose a 5-man team wipe. So just, you know, as a whole, good comms. But we're going to be getting into it here, as it looks like the Keep is going to be getting pressured. And Thanatos trying to sit on the flank. Level 16 still not achieved. A very scary situation here for 2319, potentially about to go down both of their Keeps, as the ice wall is going to come out. Valk as well. Brightman coming in. The Hanzo arrow is going to connect onto a couple, but it looks like the brawl is happening.
Belith will go down, but so does the top lane Keep, and this will be a disengage from our 16 talent tier team. Actually, Rexar with the Misha kind of re-engaged to slow down the enemy team, making sure they're hitting that Imperious. And, oh wait, no, Boars are going to be unleashed. That does have a slow on it. That's going to be Imperious as the target. Going to be able to throw some Molten Flame on themselves. Hanzo finishes out that level 1 quest, everybody. Just saying.
Yeah.
They got it. They got it. They got the extra 100 damage, but no, it's just my flame on the talent. Either way, the re-engagement really didn't work out, and in the end, it's going to be a few heroics utilized. No kill in favor for the side of Owo.
Yeah, but on the bot side, you see Thanatos postured, ready on this Imperious, potentially looking for an opportunity. Icewall does go out onto X-Ray. The question is, can Thanatos get the follow-up? No, a little bit too far. You saw Cope in there on the Rexar, posturing the bear in a position where if Thanatos wanted to take the straight angle, they would have gotten stunned. So really smart play there from Cope, basically covering the weak side for X-Ray.
I also just want, I was looking at bottom lane during all of that little kind of poke back and forth. We do have catapults in top and bottom, and these bottom lane catapults are hitting for roughly 532 into structures. For anyone that doesn't know, the catapults do double damage into structures, so baseline they're hitting for like 266 or something like that. But our third immortal phase of the game is going to be spawning here in just a moment, and this is even talent tiers for what I feel like the first time in some of these immortal phases. Will this go over to the side of Owo, or does 2319 find their first immortal? So much pressure though on this map. Impaler camp through top and bottom here, Mike. This is, I don't think you have to give over the immortal race, but do you have to give over the first half to defend your lane?
Yeah, you might have to give up the, I mean, it looks like they're going to pot. You have one of two options. You either run at them and fight fast, or you give up the first half time and clear out the lanes. What you don't want to do is to like slowly trade and have the lanes pressuring in. So it looks like they are going to be going in, getting some trade here. Thanatos on that Imperious going very low. The Brightwing Z is going to make it in time. Hanzo arrow only connecting onto one, but the Ice Wall follow-up is big. And Lauber on the Anubarak on the Beetle is slain. And this might be enough for 2319, as Dino actually doing a lot of damage, able to sidestep as well. The Imperious not able to connect. Dino absolutely turning it around for their team, as they are going to be able to trade the kill onto the Thanatos. Infrared trying to cut out here. Ultra actually jumping in very aggressively. The Polymorph comes out, and it looks like a fight's happening on the left and the right, as Trevor is going to maybe fall. Baja, it's madness.
There was the insta-mount from Cassia. She should solidify that kill on the right-hand side. Stukov hits the Rainer for about 4,000 damage with that auto attack, and Lone Brightwing gets her way back into the Hollow Storms. We have some auto attacks already going into core. Mason Blaze, looking to make the YouTube play, isn't going to be able to do much here. It's actually going to be the Brightwing potentially getting picked off on the bottom of our screen. It's GGs are actually going to be called. Mason Blaze is going to dip, dive, and dodge around, and this will be game number 2 over to the side of Owo. They take the series in a 2-0 fashion and move on into our grand finals match later on today. GG, well played.
Yeah, What an amazing first series to start off the day. And we had an excellent Tomb of the Spider Queen game. We also had, that Battlefield of Eternity game, some really, really solid play. So I know you were bashing on Ultralisk's Q choice, but he was top damage, which, by the laws of Heroes of the Storm means he must be the best player.
You know what? Yeah.
How could you fault the Q when he is top damage best player? He did have really good Hanzo arrows that game, though. I will say, I felt like Ultra's Hanzo arrows really turned a lot of those team fights and allowed them to, be able to, even if they lost Lauber, turn it around.
I will say this though, Cassia was only like 300 behind on her. If Cassia didn't die one time, but I do got to sing the praises of Dino in that last team fight. The literal turnaround potential specifically through Dino, the inner light value that came out from them, that was just massive. Like that, surge of light after taking 650 damage with avoidance. You actually have an activatable, and we saw that because I was just looking at so many lower health bars. The Li Ming, you had the Rainer as well as the Brightwing, and all of a sudden their health bars just shrunk, and I was like, what is that? Okay, all right. And so definitely Dino really, really strong on that Cassia. Really well played from our red side, and they'll move on to the grand finals later on today. But let's go ahead and take a look at that bracket and get you all caught up as to what's happening. So as we just saw, 23-19 lost to OWO. We bid 23-19 adieu as they will be out of the tournament. But now we will go over to OSO versus What Will Mokka Do. This will be our next best of 3 to determine who goes up against OWO in that grand finals later on today. We're going to get you a break here in just a second, but Mike, I want to get your closing thoughts from that first best of 3 before we take that little break.
I mean, we saw 2 games. Game number 1, I think Oyo was actually losing the majority of the game. Yeah. But I think that, they made a really strong, I feel like consistently when I've watched this team, right? But when I was scouting, this team before CCL season 1, they consistently will lose the early game and then come back get their ults and win the late game, right? Like they just have really good, clean team fighting. And I feel like once they get an advantage, they're very good at not giving it up. So, that was kind of my thought. They're very, very good at that. And I'm excited for more excellent Heroes of the Storm.
All right. Well, we're going to go ahead and take a short little break. We're going to get ourselves ready, and we'll get ourselves some more water as well, as we have another best of 3 coming at you all in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. This is HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. I'm still Bahamut, still joined by Mr. Michael Udall, the owner of 30K. We are ready to get into another best of 3, but let's take a second and think back to that last one and how disappointing it was that there was no Murky, there was no Lost Vikings, there's no there's no Kel'Thas. Like, and here's the crazy thing. We didn't get even an Asmodan. Like, I can't tell you, like, Leon Black's been like, oh my God, I keep just getting free wins with this hero. And I got McIntyre in my ear telling me it's E-build laser. It's E-build Bahamut. You gotta go. It just wins free games. And these teams aren't taking free games. What, they're drafting? This is just crazy. This is just crazy for me, Mike. But how are you enjoying the game today, my friend?
So honestly, I'm having a blast. Baha, thank you for casting alongside me. Thank you for everyone for having us here. I love the resurgence of HOTS, right? Like the last year for me, I feel like Heroes of the Storm and kind of the community really got me through the coronavirus in a lot of ways, right? Where I kind of lost my community. It's just been amazing to have CCL come back and, reconnect with old friends, make new friends. And, I'm just excited about the future and where it's going as far as HOTS and, CCL goes. So really hyped up to be a part of these matches.
Well, we're happy to have you, my friend. Let's go ahead and take a peek at that bracket and talk about the future of this tournament. We just saw 23-19 go up against OWO, and OWO are going to move on to that grand finals. OWO. This will, though, be it's a little backwards, going up against what will Mokka do for our next best of 3 of the day. And as I said beforehand, we'll determine who goes into that grand finals up against OWO. We had so many games yesterday. Did you happen to get a chance to catch any of the OSO games or any of the What Will Mokka Do games in the Friday or Saturday tournament days here?
I wasn't able to watch all of them, but I did skim through and check all the drafts before the matches because I did kind of want to have a little bit of understanding of what teams have been doing, which, it looks like we've been getting a lot more Uther Medivh have kind of been consistent bans, but I feel like Sonya and Hogger really rising in priority seems like, at least from CCL Season 1, like a bit of a new mainstay. I'm really excited about this game. Something about the exhibition match that's been so fun is we really have players from all over the world, right? We have a roster with a lot of Korean players, as it looks like we are going to be getting into that team. It's Oso. We have Jay, Kweppy, Hyde, My Pal Vince, and IB Tings. That is going to be the first team. And that, Kweppy, one of the best Korean players, Hyde, I don't have to introduce him, but Baha, the other team.
Yeah, we have What Will Mokka Do, Fancy Pants, Uki. We've got Hebi, Mokka, and Caterpillar. These are very, very strong players. I believe, actually, though, Uki is Dutch because when I asked them how to pronounce their name, it's not Uki. It's not I've heard so many different variations, I can't even think of them, but it's Uki. It actually means little boy in Dutch, or little man, as actually someone was also saying to me. So interesting little thing, but God, I gotta sing the praises of Uki in that solo lane. Really, really strong Hogger, really, really great Sonya. We'll have to see what other adaptations they're able to bring to the table. And then, a North American staple for me, Hebi. As a support player, there's Stukov. It lives rent-free in my brain. The level of skill that man can bring to the table with that hero, as well as probably some of the best virulent root reactions I've ever seen from a Stukov player as well. But we know what the rosters are going to be. We've seen the bracket, and we can go ahead and now jump on into that map and find out where we're going to for game number 1. It's going to be, just like the last best of 3, we're kicking things off with 2-minute Spider Queen. This will be the map choice of What Will Mokka Do? And we are going to be having first pick over to the opposing side. A ban onto Sky Temple, a ban onto Dragonshire. Also, no Garden of Terror and no Alterac Pass. So, unfortunately, the permaban onto Sky Temple will remain. And actually, you know what, Mike? I've got you here. You're a high-tier player. Why do people not want to play on Sky Temple? Is it the Juice Pirates? Is it really that threatening on that map?
It's probably that. And also, okay, listen, they called us Global Force Esports for a reason, all right? I'm someone that, was pretty decent at Sky Temple for the majority of my career. My teams were pretty good at, it just opens up a whole new play style that a lot of people don't like having to deal with, right? You have to start worrying about Vikings. You have to start worrying about Abathur, Samuro, Falstad, Dahak. It's just opens up this whole toolbox that, maybe your team is not as comfortable playing. And it's why would we go to a map where it's clearly something that they have a huge advantage on? So I would assume that we'll probably continue to see Sky Temple banned out pretty consistently unless we have 2 global teams kind of run into each other. And then maybe we see a clash of 2 Sky Temple champions or, Titans in a way.
I would love to see it. No, it's just one of those maps. I literally, I think all weekend it's been banned out by one or the other teams. I don't even think it made it through where it was like, oh, it could be played. No. It's just like, let's shut down that map. Also, just a really quick note as well for anyone wondering, we did have a map change going into Season 2 of CCL. It was voted on by the players, and unfortunately, no, it's not Blackheart's Bay. It is going to be Alterac Pass swapped in for Volskaya Foundry, so unfortunately, we will not see any sort of derelict Volskaya Foundry Triglav protectors just kind of sitting in a lane. Yeah, I know. To be honest, Grubby and I did have a very fun time kind of giggling about that, because we'd even go to break and be like, God, I can't believe the Triglav protector's so useless. So, hey, we may see Alterac Pass. We actually haven't seen much, if any, of that map just yet within the free agent tournament weekends. But we are kind of rolling through this draft phase. We do have a Deckard Kane Cassia ban on the left and an Uther Chromie ban on the right. What do we kick things off with on the side of Oso?
Yeah, I mean, you got a couple of options here. It is Tomb the Spider Queen. I mean, depends. The Chromie is taken away. That was something. I mean, Junkrat, Medivh's up as well. I mean, that's kind of like a big one. Do they have a Medivh player? Do they potentially want to take a Junkrat? Okay, and it looks like they are going to opt for the Johanna. So Johanna does bring a lot of wave clear. But yeah, I mean, my first initial thought is Medivh's up. You know, maybe neither of the teams, want to opt for that. But I do believe Fancy Pants does play the Medivh, so
I was just about to say myself, I was like, they should have a Medivh player on this right-hand side. It might be Cattle just kind of deciding, all right, well, do we need the priority into Medivh? Do we want the Medivh? No! Okay, so we're going to see what we saw a lot of yesterday, I feel like, out from what will Mokka do. It's going to be kind of the double bruiser, healer, main tank, and then probably hyper carry through Mokka. Like, maybe a Sylvanas, maybe a Vala, maybe, I wouldn't say Greymane, and Chromie and Cassie already banned out. So I feel like there's a high priority for Mokka Sylvanas, but we'll have to see, because Ivy Tings, I believe, also plays a really good Sylvanas. No, Queppy actually played a really good Sylvanas yesterday.
Yeah, so they are going to be taking the Stukov and the Tychus here. I like the Tychus, right? You're looking at a Hogger and a Sonya. That percent damage is definitely going to be a big factor in being able to take those two heroes down. And then the Stukov as well, pretty solid hero. Also has the Silence, which can stop the Sonya. Also provides really good kill pressure on the Hogger, not allowing him to just hog wild his way out of any scary situation. So, pretty solid picks, allowing them to have a lot more kill pressure. But it looks like we are going to be getting into that third ban phase, and they're going to take away the Leoric. So they don't want them to be stacking up the percent damage of the Leo Drain, paired with the Tychus. And, they're really just trying to preserve the health of their Sonya and Hogger.
Could we be seeing a Deathwing from the side of what will Mokka do? I wonder, because it's not so much the drain health, it's the entombs, because Deathwing's biggest counter is walls. We make the joke about it. We actually made the joke about it yesterday, but Deathwing is forced to use Cataclysm if an entomb pops up. And that's because if entomb pops up, Tychus sits there and shreds, Dukov's got a silence. I mean, it does damage. I don't believe it actually silences Deathwing by any means, but you still have kind of this cage that you can just dump damage into. But we'll have to see. There's the Brightwing, there's the Sylvanas. We could see. All right, well, nope, we won't see anything. We'll figure that out in just a second here. But let's try and kind of remember what we've had so far.
Yeah, so
yeah, go ahead.
It's Sonya, Hogger, Brightwing, Sylvanas, assuming they keep those two picks, which I think they will, right? Because they are not the team that DC'd. It was the other team that DC'd. It looks like may potentially internet problems happens. So Sylvanas, Brightwing, Hogger, Sonya, a very solid composition. Their last pick will be a tank. Like you mentioned, they were able to secure Mokka, that Sylvanas. I would say one of his best heroes. Getting Mokka on one of those heroes, I think, is always a really good option. The Brightwing as well. I mean, Tomb of the Spider Queen, so you may not get that much global potential, but the healing output of that hero, I think, is really, really good. So I will be curious. Maybe they look at something like an Anna, maybe something like, I think Deckard was in the first ban phase, so I think they can't get Deckard, but maybe some sort of, anti-healing, since that is such a good counter into the Brightwing.
I absolutely agree. And Deckard Kane for the side of Oso would be really, really strong due to the fact that as you mentioned, the healing reduction with Emerald at level 7, but also just setup potential to follow up the Joanna. You have slows from the Haraja Cube. You've got the Scroll of Sealing as well. We could see Scroll of Stone Sealing at level 16, which I actually saw yesterday. And it's always fun to be the observer and not the receiver of that talent burst, I guess you could say, because it's 200 damage, or excuse me, a 200% increased damage when hitting two heroes with Scroll of Sealing. And it can catch people. It catches me off guard all the time. Just like, how the heck did I just lose 800 health? Like, okay, well, yep, it's 200%. That absolutely makes sense. But we are back into the draft, and we are back into all of this. We're going to have the entire thing roll through once again because we didn't fully go through everything. So same picks, same bands will be coming through in just a moment for all of you. So with this Johanna, let's say they do go into the Deckard Cain. They had the Tychus as well. And then what was the other pick with that as well? It wasn't like they grabbed Lucio. Are we crazy? Are we talking about Deckard Cain?
So no, Deckard Cain got banned. So basically for the side,
right? Sorry, yeah, that's what we were talking about. My brain.
no, you're totally good. I brought up the Deckard Cain and it took us on a tangent. But yeah. So basically it was the Johanna, and then they had the Tychus as well as. Okay, so we're gonna have, is it Lucio? I think it's a supportive kind. I don't remember which one it is.
Stukov. That's what it was. Thank you. And then the next ban phase was Lucio. That's what production's kind of whispering to us, helping us out right now. But okay, so we're gonna see the same thing coming through right now.
Yeah, so we have the Johanna, Tychus, Stukov, and they're about to have 2 more picks. Right, so the composition they're going to be playing into is that Sonya, Hogger, Sylvanas, and Brightwing. So, they need to round out the composition with an offlaner most likely, as well as, another DPS. Their wave clear is not terrible. They potentially could try and pair up a mage of some kind, maybe a Jaina, maybe a Kel'Thas. Chromie is gone, which is generally kind of the mage of choice on this map. I think Junkrat potentially could also be an option of where they go with it. Melee assassins are possible, but I think they would prefer to have some sort of range damage, as there's going to be a Sonya and Hogger coming in, and I don't know if you want to necessarily try to be diving into those 2 heroes. So they are going to be picking their last 2 picks here. But Baha, what do you think, and what do you think they're going to pick here?
Need something.
Ooh.
It wasn't this. I was like, honest to God, I was like, are we seeing maybe a Yrel for some control? Because the Hogger, Sonya want to dive in. There's mobility from Sylvanas. Maybe you get a little more control with that Yrel Righteous Hammer. But D.Va does offer some zoning with Mecha Explosion. Mephisto can kind of punish this aggression of what will Mokka do stepping forward. But it is that composition, as I mentioned. It's basically triple bruiser with a Varian. He'll become a main tank at level 4. So it's just... I don't know. Honestly... You know what? I'm going to go with my heart on this one. I'm going to go with Oso. I like the Mephisto here. I like the Mephisto Tychus.
I agree with you, actually. I think Oso is going to win as well. I think that, this is a composition that we've seen before, right? This Hogger, Sonya variant, this multi-bruiser comp. I think they came in with a plan. I think they wanted to give this up. They wanted to get the Johanna. They let them pick both those heroes in the 1-2. So I think that this is kind of like a deliberate plan that they thought would win, right? So this is like a theory crafted draft, and I think they have the tools to do it. I think a backline of Tychus and Mephisto is incredibly difficult to kill. Like, who do you kill on this team? That's the thing, is you have Stukov, played by Hyde. We're gonna have Queppy being played by Mephisto. My pal Vince playing the Johanna. IB-Ting's on that Tychus, and then Jay is gonna be rounding out the composition with the D.Va, which is gonna be Oso in the blue.
Yeah, on the right-hand side, we've got What Will Mokka Do? We've got Uki on the Sonya, Heavy Hooten on the Brightwing, Fancy Pants on Hogger, Cattle playing Varian, because he's a boomer, as we all know. And we have Mokka on the Sylvanas. That's not a flame to Cattle. He said it at he made it his Discord name at one point, so I'm just reading things from Discord. That's it, I swear. No flame to Cattle. He's an insanely better player than I am. Anyways, we're in mid lane. No questing talents for either side here, and we will see what our first little kind of scuffle looks like over the first wave.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely expect to see, the side of What Will Mokka Do. Most likely play a little bit passive until you get that 4 for the Varian. Not really a full hero until then. So it looks like, Mokka is going to take a little bit of damage, but both teams just going to be rotating. The Hogger was off clearing during all of this, able to secure the gems as well as get, a decent Fancy Pants, though, actually may potentially have overextended here. Brightwing forced to Z out, but it looks like Fancy Pants is going to be okay, and my pal Vince, in return, is going to be taking a decent amount of damage.
My pal Vince are the Condemned to go back into the enemy team, get a little bit of a pull onto them, and just slow and kind of put some pressure. The big thing here is Tings on this Tychus. I was watching them just step into that Hogger and shred the vast majority of their health, and we're not even getting into the bigger they are or any other talents that really amplify that minigun, so I'm excited to see what Oso is able to do consistently throughout this game. What will Mokka do? Does grab a camp for bottom lane. Varian kind of catching this wave through top, but Varian doesn't have the best wave clears, so Brightwing does have to come up here and rotate. I don't know. Wow, Fancy Pants getting caught out, and that's going to be first blood over to the side of Oso.
Yeah, I think Fancy Pants maybe clicking E twice because I think he wanted to bounce off and rotate out, but didn't go as far as he thought. One thing is they were able to get that bottom, camp, which does give them a little bit more experience. They don't want to fight before level 4, so what will Mokka do? Making a smart rotation, sending 2 heroes down there, and just if you can't win the 4-man, you should go somewhere else. That's something that if you're trying to get better at the game, don't keep running your head into the same wall if it's not working, right? If you're not winning team fights, go somewhere else. Go do camps, go split push, because that'll create opportunities through the chaos.
Now, I just thought I had to sit there and just keep pushing my face into the enemy team until they make a mistake. I thought it was all about unforced errors and stuff, right? No?
In some ways, but I think it depends if you have the better team fight comp,
That's true. No, it's true.
It's more just like be adaptable, right? If what you're doing is not working, just be open to change.
And that's actually a big thing that we were noting with some of the other teams as the taunt comes out onto this D.Va mech. Not going to be able to lock down too much. Jay actually drops the mech explosion in front of the enemy team's front gate. Doesn't have, every time I see a D.Va big shot through their mech, I'm like, ooh, did they take that one talent that no D.Va takes? No, because they went into rushdown, which is just so much more valuable. Anyways, phase shift out from Brightwing as well. Turn availability is not here for either side. I'd say it's a lot closer, though, on the side of Oso, who are a little bit ahead in experience from that early kill, and I would say maybe from just a little bit of faster rotations into these lanes.
Yeah, really well played by Oso. They are going to be able to get 31 gems in as well, which is very nice, as Cattle actually going in a little bit aggressive here. Going to be able to use the parry and get out, but a decent amount of damage going down, and Heavy on the Brightwing doesn't have a crazy amount of healing unless they are forced to use that Z. So Cattle going to be forced to play a little bit passive until he gets that, actually walking into the Tychus. Ivy seeing Squeppy as well, doing a decent amount of damage. The taunt comes out. Looks like both teams just trading damage, but I think that Oso is going to be, winning these trades.
Oh, absolutely. The sustained damage specifically through the Mephisto is going to be a big factor. Let's not forget about the fact that Mephisto went into Spite at level 4, which for anyone that doesn't know, increase Regeneration Globe healing duration by 150%. Each tick of Regeneration Globe healing activates Lord of Hatred, reducing basic ability cooldowns by 1 second. And there's a really good synergy at level 13 as well from that trait talent on top of that, which you can get cooldown reduction on your heroic. We don't see that one as much, but here and there I do see it on these double soak rotation based map, as there is a fight potentially breaking out through mid.
Clyde gonna be getting taunted. Mokka as well, throwing out the damage. Not gonna have enough though, as Cattle is gonna be able to parry that minigun. Jay on the D.Va is gonna be able to mech back up. Yuki though laying a lot of pressure down onto the D.Va during all of this, but the web weavers are gonna be coming out, and they are, the first web weaver phase in favor of Oso. Looks like they are gonna be pressuring in the mid lane. Have 3 heroes here, but Tychus actually rotating to the bottom lane. A very good 80 HP.
Damage over time. Damage over time. No.
Wait, web weaver? Okay.
No way. Uki getting out with some 40-something health. Dear Lord, Mike.
That's big. That's like 25 gems saved, and his team is able to clear mid and top 4 free during all of this. So, they are going to lose a decent amount on this bottom fort because the Sonya did have to back, but Yuki surviving there is very big. If you lose those 24 gems, that really is going to be what hurts, as Cattle may potentially look to go into the Mephisto here. Jay with a good job on the D.Va actually stopping the follow-up, and they're able to save the fort. So giving up the first turn in, losing mid wall, losing a decent amount on the bot side, but if you're the side of what will Mokka do, you're definitely in a pretty solid situation here, as they are going to be able to get the taunt onto Jay. A decent amount of damage coming out. Queppy actually stepping in with the Mephisto, going to fall a little bit low, but both teams are going to be okay.
Both teams are very, very okay right now. A little bit of a structural advantage on the side of Oso, as you were just mentioning, through that bottom lane. 10 talent tiers are nearing for both sides. Sonya, in my opinion, is going into that leap-based build, mostly because of the Poison Spear, but that doesn't really signify leap always, unfortunately. We'll see. We'll see. I personally think that just Poison Spear with leap is such a great way to amplify that single target damage once you get onto anyone who's like low health, like a Sylvanas or even a Brightwing, which I would expect those to be the 2 targets. Excuse me. Oh my god, I'm reading it backwards. The Mephisto or the Stukov. I'm reading the assassins backwards. Tychus maybe, but at the same time, he can be such a nuisance to deal with, especially with the ability with the grenade. But Turnin comes through on the side. Oh my god, the dive! And I can't believe it. No, Mephisto's gonna walk away. I guess kind of slither away, float away, whatever you want to call it, with 200 health.
So Queppy tries to get the stall of Yuki, barely not able to get it. And then, you know, Cattle basically follows up, gets the taunt, but a really good like peel from My Pal Vince on that Johanna, throwing the Blessed Shield out, able to save the Mephisto. But it looks like My Pal Vince actually taking a decent amount of damage here, a good polymorph from Heavy as well.
Whoa.
And My Pal Vince loses their life, and that's 25 gems just sitting right there.
Hyde should be able to grab it. Queppy's able to get a big chunk of those, but I gotta say, the fancy pants angles, it's like watching Grubby play Hogger right now. The angles, they just work out. They just constantly work out, and wow, I can't believe they got that kill. That was so well played from Fancy Pants.
Yeah, so it looks like Jay taking a little bit of damage here, going to be okay. But during all of this, guys, Mokka is on the bottom fort, as Sylvanas probably going to be able to get that entire fort. So a very good rotation from Mokka, able to, you know, come down here and secure the fort. And on the top side, they're double pressuring. They got Hogger and Brightwing as well, pushing into that fort a little bit. And, you know, with their first turn in, they are able to even up the bottom forts. But Hyde, with a bit of an aggressive rotation, is going to lose their life here. And that is a decent number of gems going down. But more importantly, this may allow Queppy, that was sick! He just yoinked all the gems! Okay, that was really cool.
No, I love it too. The mechanical prowess of our Mephisto player is absolutely just stunning right now. I do want to sing the praises though of Sonya. Uki was able to leap in, and that's what set up the kill onto Hyde right there. There was the cooldown. I was just watching the collapse onto that Stukov. But actually, Red Will Beavers do descend. Do you want to jump into the comms of what will Mokka do?
Yes.
I don't have Z for one. I'm just chill.
Fisto has no CDs right now.
I want to kill this mid.
If he has no D.
Let's play 13. We had big pressure top, dude.
Yeah, we should go for these 2 forts.
Top dies for almost free.
I'm stepping up with top.
I'm disabling mid. I can just.
Yeah. They're not really defending top. Careful. Alright, we just play mid.
Stalling the Joe rotate. Joe has to go real safe around the mid.
Yeah, careful now.
It's Odin.
And shattering.
Even up Q actually.
Oh, Mephisto's here too.
Coming mid. Do we have Silk Trade?
No, I used it. I'm kind of low too.
Okay.
Silencing.
Leaping. Falling up.
I'm just hitting Tychus right now. The only guy I can hit.
I think we're
getting out.
Yeah, we just huge map pressure. You guys can just get the fight. Just slow down.
I'm tapping.
I mean, if we can keep them interested.
We can keep talking with them. Mine's still pretty low.
Back out of those comms, it's kind of it's the comparison we were making with the last comms that we were just looking at. Is there's actually gonna be a kill onto My Pal Vince, but what were your thoughts? Because it seemed very kind of playing ahead of the curve in a sense on the side of what will Mokka do. Like, all right, let's get these 2 forts. They're doing this. We can go down here next. Like, what were your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, I mean, I think they did a really good job at calling cooldowns. Also, Mokka, you heard him kind of calling out, I'm silencing. You know, I think they peeled out very well. Once Cattle died, he didn't go silent, right? Even though he's dead, he said, hey, we have a lot of map pressure. If we just keep kiting out, keep peeling out, it's good. You know, recognizing that, hey, even though I'm dead, I can still contribute to my team. I love to see that, you know, when we do listen to the comms. So, yeah, a pretty calm and collected team, but actually Cattle able to get a pretty important stall onto the Mephisto there, as this may actually allow them to delay the turn-in.
I'm actually watching. Yeah, I agree. I'm watching this too. I'm like, God, you do, like, out of all the heroes to have 43 gems, you do not want them to be on Mephisto. 40 gems on D.Va, not so bad. She's got 2 health bars. She's got a lot of mobility, especially with that good to go at level 13. But we are going to get a pause really quickly, and we will go ahead and figure all of this out in just a second. Okay, it looks like there's a player needs to go answer their DoorDash and pick up some Chinese food or something like that. Either way, though, Mike, we are looking at this. It's 14 up on both sides, 2 to 4 in kills. And I would say the map is slowly going over to the side of what will Mokka do, as they have found roughly 3 structures. This mid lane where we paused is going to be at like a 10th of health. Do you think this is kind of like a death march for what will Mokka do? Is they're kind of continually controlling the map, or do you think that there's going to be a snap kind of spin and the members of OSA are going to turn this around and start sieging into the enemy side?
I mean, I really think this is anyone's game. We're pretty much even in experience. I do think what will Mokka do has the advantage structurally, right? They pretty much have all forts dead. The mid one, like you mentioned, is at about 10%. But for the side of Oso, they have 96 gems. That's effectively 2 turn-ins. And if they, you know, win a team fight, get 2 turn-ins back to back, I think they definitely have the tools to win this game, as it looks like the Bless Shield instantly, as we're going to be coming out of it, back into action right away. The lead comes out as well. IB Team's able to barely kite, as it looks like these players are not waiting for a thing. Cattle is going to be trying to cat out here the big Mephisto route, though, as it looks like no one has fallen yet. Everyone is just kiting out. Mokka actually may potentially the Brightling Z now coming out. Cattle in a very scary situation on this variant, as it looks like Yuki throwing in damage as well. Mokka eating in. Everyone able to kite out. Is seriously no one going to die here, as my pal Vince is going under the fort. The Hogger is flanking from behind. Fancy Pants trying to finish it off, but we still have a full 5v5.
I gotta say, the Brightwing healing is so on point right now. Cattle goes back in, and Quepulus with like 2 HP, taking shots from the tower as well. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, we are going to be having a Webweaver turn in for the side. Excuse me, in the bottom lane, we have Siege Giants. A Webweaver turn in for the side of Oso. Dear Lord.
Yeah, well, that was quite the team fight, as it looks like, you know, they really just got into it. But the turn-in is going to come out for Oso, right? So this is the first turn-in. They potentially could turn this or channel this into a second one, you know, assuming they don't lose anyone and still have decent map pressure. As it looks like they are going to be rotating up into the top lane. I like this. You don't want to let them clear your spider for free. You have your Diva double soaking. You're closely approaching 16, as Yuki here is going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Baha, they're turning it around. The Johanna.
Bless Shield went in. There was a leap from Uki to actually disengage in this push through the top lane. Webweaver and bottom still healthy. Commandeer Odin does come out from this from IB Tings right now, and there's just so much siege through this top lane. Hogger trying to manage mid and bottom, still slowly losing its health, but actually will push up. I think you're really right in this. I think there's a possibility for back-to-back turn-ins from the side of Oso. If that happens, I definitely want to jump into their comms for that secondary turn-in. But for now, we continue to see the siege out in favor for our blue side, as Cattle goes in, but doesn't find any sort of setup.
Yeah, able to connect the taunt onto the variant, but Uki actually is spearing in. I don't think that's what you wanted to do. Maybe baited a little bit by his teammate there, as Cattle is going to be able to secure the gems, but the fort is very... You know, it does go down here, and this should be the second turn-in for Oso. They may potentially be able to, you know, pair up their bruisers with this. If they wanted to be really aggressive, could go for a boss, but it looks like they may just go for the instant turn-in. Baha, I'm right there with you. If we could get comms of them, I think that would be awesome, of kind of hearing how can they exploit this, right? How can they push this advantage forward? How can they, you know, get the most value from the second turn-in? As it looks like they are trying to invade the Knights. Barely not going to be able to make it in time, though.
All right, let's jump into those comms. Let's hear how the thing goes.
탑 한 명, 디바 탑.
오케이. 저 Q 4초. 알고 탑, 알고 탑. You say.
그냥 나왔어요. 케어풀.
Watch, I'm not there.
예. 3라인 다 같이, 저도 바텀 하나면.
3 lane push. You play safe.
미드 케어풀.
그다음에.
Careful. I'm for. It's okay. 같이 있어요? 아니면 이쪽에
미세요. 이거 도강은 빠졌어, 쟤네. 도발 남았고.
해피님 탑. 도강 없죠?
없어.
Bonus one. I have a Q in 2. Maybe
Okay.
very.
슬로울리.
Slowly.
근데 탑을. very.
오케이, 바리안. 아비.
Right there is going to be a little bit harder to break down, but what are your thoughts there going into that one, Mike?
Well, I mean, I love it, right? Like, I love hearing the different regions communicate, because this is a team that has basically 3 Korean players, 2 North American players, and you kind of heard they spoke a lot in Korean there, but they also would throw out some, you know, English things like, okay, 3 push mid, play safe, right? The Johanna instantly died after they called that out, but the call was 3 push mid, play safe, right? And yeah, I love hearing kind of the inner team communication. You know, you hear a lot of like button clicking with that one comparison, but yeah, no, I love listening to the comms. The taunt gonna actually come out from the variant here as IB Tings on the Tychus in a bit of a scary situation. Guepi, though, able to connect that route, and they're going to be full peeling Fancy Pants in the back. Going to be able to kite out.
Mokka locks down the tower. Mypel Vince did burn the Blessed Shield. The camp will be grabbed. Cattle not able to step on the point quick enough. Mypel Vince not able to set anything up with that, not devastating blow. Staggering blow from the Hogger, but the Red Web Weavers do descend in favor for the side of what will Mokka do. A Commandeer Odin comes down. There's no 20 Talontiers just yet. Spear in from Uki. There's a lot of polymorph damage onto this Johanna, and she's gonna go down again.
Oh, the beautiful silence from Mokka, stopping the Johanna from being able to use the unstoppable, the Iron Skin, a really well-placed Wailing Arrow, and it should potentially allow the side of what will Mokka do to either pressure this top keep or maybe even go for a boss. They are getting close to level 20 here, but beyond the Mephisto really needs to have a big defense here, as this potentially could be a very scary situation for their team.
Mokka still locking down this keep through top lane. Fancy Pants is in deep, trying to dive onto this Mephisto, who does get quite a bit of healing from Hyde. Durns of Fate goes out and catches the toe of the Hogger, but Sonya leaps in. Ivy Ting's getting very low, gets some healing out from that Stukov and will survive. Sonya ends up getting punished for that leap in the end. And 20 talents here may be found on the side of what will Mokka do, but it's going to be found slightly, actually simultaneously by the side of Oso, who are running down this enemy team. Heavy and Cattle do have that invisible friends, but Flailing Swipe will kind of reveal them as Tychus lives with 500 health.
Yeah, but I mean, this is just going to allow Oso to be able to start up the boss here, as 3 members are dead for the side of what will Mokka do. They don't have gems, so they can't pair up a turn-in and a boss, but I would expect to see them literally look to push with this keep here. This is their, ideal situation. They could potentially end the game here. They have a level 20 Odin. They have a level 20 Mephisto. Big damage, big sieging pressure. If they're able to get the keep and get the boss to the core with, a relatively decent HP, they should be able to all in it, as you see them already going aggressive here, as Oso is going to be looking to end the game.
Commandeer Odin does come down. Fun little fact, I found this out recently. If you actually have your Commandeer Odin up and you actually take Big Red Button halfway through it, you actually do get the Big Red Button for your Odin as you get the talent. Usually that doesn't work like that with 20 talent tiers. You have to get the next round of the heroic to go off. So just a little fun fact on that one, as a lot of damage goes out into Cattle. Big Red Button's going to be dropped on his head as the phase shift will come in from Heavy. Fancy Pants diving out into this enemy team with that no control. Going to be able to hog wild back towards the core. The Big Red Button's going to be on top of Fancy Pants, who does get hit with some of that healing from Brightwing, but in the end, the mech explosion comes out from Jay, who's now dumping in damage on this core. And Mike, it is looking like the side of Oso fight very hard for this game number 1 and will take it on Tomb of the Spider Queen. GG, well played.
Really well played by both teams. Oso able to, win it at the end there. Such a strong composition in the late game. Kwepi on that Mephisto, topping not only the siege damage, but also the hero damage, having 104,000 compared to the next closest of Mokka on Sylvanas with 73,000. Like, the differential there is huge. Really such a strong game, from that Mephisto player. And they got that boss and they played so aggressive with it. Sometimes you'll see teams kind of dance around, unsure if they can end, unsure if they could core. And you saw, they have a lot of that old experience. Some of the best Heroes of the Storm players have taught, some of these up and coming careers. So that was an excellent game. Really excited to see what's going to happen in the next one.
It was well played from both sides. I honestly wasn't sure who was going to be able to take that game in the end because of the value and the push potential we were finding in the latter half on the side of what will Mokka do. The early game was looking actually really good for Oso, and then what will Mokka do came out starting to get advantages post 10-13 area, and it was looking a little dire for our blue team, but they were able to kind of keep level heads. And as you said, I mean, and I got to sing the praises of this Mephisto too. No deaths, 100% kill participation, 2 kills, 5 assists. I mean, that's what you want to see in a Mephisto, and in the Tychus, actually, as I'm noticing, Tychus 0 deaths, 1 kill, 6 assists. So that kill participation, that's a big thing. You were around and you were impacting all 7 of those deaths some way, somehow. We'll see if what Mokka can do will be able to turn things around here in our next map, or will this be another 2-0 taking us to the grand finals? I'm hoping for a game number 3, but you never know with the momentum that Oso could be building.
Yeah, but I mean, I really think that was a close first game. Like you mentioned, it really was back and forth from the beginning. I think, either team can come out and win this series, and that's what you like to see. And that's really what I have enjoyed so much about, the exhibition for season 2 is I feel like the quality of teams we have playing today, right? Like if you match this team up against either of these teams up against, 30K CCL team, it would be a pretty compelling series. And it really just shows the depth of the Heroes of the Storm talent. And it just makes me really excited about the future of like, there are so many good Heroes of the Storm players. And I wish that we had more slots that we could pull players in. But yeah, it just has got me amped up for the future of HOTS because the teams playing today are really, really good.
You're giving me an idea here. I do content here and there, for CCL, and I have this great idea for season 2. We have to get into season 2, but like we could do like beat the pros. Like you could get like 30K one night to come by, and you have some team that's like top tier in NGS or Heroes Lounge, and they compete against for just a little bit of glory, something like that. I mean, I'm not made of money, so unless maybe there's some sort of like soap sponsor or something like that out there. I don't know. It's something crazy. I can't.
I mean, I'll throw some money at a show match. All
right,
let's season 1.
Let's do it.
That would be super fun. I mean,
Mike, get in my DMs after this. I think we got some fun stuff for season 2 of CCL. But I mean, realistically though, that last game that was really, really cool, and I think you make a cool point with that as well. Like these teams and the level of competitive play, albeit we've had a lot of 2-0s, they're really, really, really good 2-0s. Like it's not like it's a stomp and it's like, okay, it's resident sleeper, go next, whatever. It's really kind of edge of your seat games, a lot of back and forth, and people are really players are just putting themselves on the line with this. They're showcasing their best heroes. They're showcasing some of their best play in general. And I'm so excited to be here casting these games with you and getting further and further into this best of 3 series. I also have a slight nightmare moment of realization as we're getting into this game. If Oso wins, that means we've got OWO versus Oso for it's like anti-clan association versus clan association. Please, why are teams like this?
Yeah,
why are you like this?
And I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation of both of them.
Perfect. We'll just start calling the teams whatever we feel like calling them. But
okay, I love how multi-regional it is, though. I think one of the coolest things that happened with CCL was when the Wisdom staff listened to the community and opted to allow European and other region players to play. I think that has been one of the coolest parts about the CCL. And you see in this exhibition match, the team waiting in the finals is primarily European. The teams we're watching right now is some high-level Korean players and some high-level North American players. We are truly watching global competition on a regular basis, and that is awesome.
I absolutely agree. Let's go ahead and find out where we're going to be going for our next map. It's going to be... Oh, look at that. Battlefield of Eternity. It's literally the same map pool so far as we saw in our previous best of 3. This will be the map choice of Oso, meaning that the first pick priority as the losing team will go over to the side of what will Mokka do. They have that choice, either map pick or first pick. I'm all over the place with this right now because we are getting into Battlefield. And that last game, it was so good back and forth. And I think Battlefield of Eternity is another map where you have a lot of really good back and forth. The macro, micro, the team fighting, it's all here. And as I said beforehand, I think Battlefield and Infernal Shrines, 2 of the best maps. You know what? The 3 best maps added to Heroes of the Storm were literally Towers of Doom, Infernal Shrines, and Battlefield. I will hold to that to this day, competitively, and when I actually play myself. I think like even in just like quick match, they're just super good maps. But either way, my opinions aside, let's go ahead and get on into Battlefield of Eternity here. Is there going to be any sort of priority bans into Mokka's Sylvanas, into Fancy Pants' Hogger, or Uki's Sonya? Is there any consideration into Hyde's Stukov from that last game, or even Queppy with the Mephisto? I know he's not that big on this map, but boy, was that Mephisto played really well.
Yeah, the Mephisto play was excellent. I mean, one thing to note is like Mephisto is a very map dependent hero, right? So I would be surprised if we see the Mephisto on this map, just because it's not as powerful. It's more difficult to scale into the late game, right? Just because of the power of these early immortals. So looks like Chromie is going to be one of the bans. I mean, I'll be curious if they give up the Sonya and Hogger again, because I do think this is a stronger map for it. But since they do have, the second pick, they would be able to potentially take one of them away. So yeah, I still am going to be curious if Medivh is kind of like not really cared about, because I thought that hero was one that was very, very strong, but if the players don't prioritize it, then maybe it's not something that matters as much. But I mean, of course, always on this map, Li Ming is something that comes to mind for me. I think that she is one of the best heroes on this map. She has poke, she provides burst, she's good in sustain comps. You know, you can get a lot of globes. So, you know, I think this is a really good Leeming map and would expect to see her go in, you know, the first 3 to 5 picks.
I would hope so as well. Other priority things that I'm thinking about as well is it could be Raynor as well for Queppy. I believe GOON was mentioning that they play against Queppy quite a bit in Storm League and have noticed them picking up that Raynor quite a bit. We'll have to see if that'll be the case, as I'm actually thinking back to yesterday. I believe there was a Medivh game from huge Bandit fans. I think Funds played Medivh on Battlefield, and want to say, I'm trying to remember back, I don't think it actually won out. I'd have to double check on the scores on those games, but I do believe that it was kind of shut down fairly hard. Regardless, we are through our bans. Sonya's up and available. Is that the hot pick for what will Mokka do? Or Cassia? What's Brightwing? What are you really leaning into here on the side?
I think Sonya's gonna be the Stuke.
Wow!
Okay, so they steal the Stuke off from Hyde.
Okay.
So Lucio's gone, Uther's gone. They want to put Hyde on a non-comfort pick is kind of what this tells me. I mean, Hyde has primarily, from what I've seen, played a lot of Stuke off and a lot of Lucio. So yeah, the question is, do they get Sonya plus Cassia here? Do they get Sonya plus potentially a Deckard? Maybe they're afraid that they'll get, you know, banned out. You know, there also is something like an Anna that could be good. All right, so they are going to go for the Leeming. So Leeming, Diablo. So Diablo very early here, actually. I mean, we didn't see it prioritized in any of the other games, and they are just going to go with the Leeming Diablo straight up.
Big burst potential setup from the side of Oso. Stukov was the first pick on the right-hand side. We could see that Sonya, as we've been kind of harping on, but the reason we do is just because she's such a hot priority for a lot of these teams. And then on top of that, we could see maybe a main tank or even some race potential like a Hanzo or a Greymane grabbed on the side. It's actually going to be the Tychus. Okay, so Tychus will be to shred for the Diablo. Also some great displacement with that with the concussion grenade. And then Sonya, we saw it. We've seen it. We know it. It's good.
I think the Tychus is a good takeaway as well, right? Because Leeming Tychus is a very good combo. You know, Tychus takes them from 100% to 30%. Leeming does the rest and gets the reset, right? So a very, very good pairing. Also counters the Sonya. So I think a really smart heads up play for Cattle there, recognizing, hey, it's good for our comp, but also if they get this, it's going to be very scary for us. And I want to use my, you know, third ban on something else.
What is their third ban going to be? It's Garrosh on the left-hand side, which I actually really like. I mean, the Diablo wants to step in. Li Ming is kind of forced to not be able to use that Calamity on top of people. Not forced, but threatened, I think, is a little bit more of the better term, as this will be a Brightwing ban on the right-hand side. I don't disagree with this at all. Brightwing's super, super strong with that big phase shift, and you're choking out Hyde into more, well, I guess non-meta supports, you could say. There's still a ton of really like top tier supports, but the one thing I want to note here, does Hyde consider the Kerosene? That's a big thing for Battlefield. I've seen a lot of support mains go Iron Fist Kerosene on a map like this, and I think it could actually really work. We'll have to see. Is that will be a Rexar. What else do we get? Ooh, Malfurion.
So the root. So they have a pretty strong CC chain here. Stukov, not a cleanse support. And then, you know, they got Diablo with a lot of CC, Rexar with a lot of CC, the Malfruit, and then the Leeming follow-up. They are going to need to get more damage to this composition as well. Maybe something like a Hanzo, not 100% sure, but they are a bit squishy on that side. So I think Yuki potentially with the Sonya, if they pair up some Leap, they do get the Hanzo, maybe an Anubrak for a tank. I think they really could have a very scary dive comp indeed.
Yeah.
You know, as the Anubrak and the Sonya can jump in together, Hanzo can follow up with the arrow from downtown, and Tychus, you know, can throw that nade in, and you know, Hyde is going to need to very careful on his positioning, you know, post level 10.
I wonder if we're actually kind of seeing this dive comp out from the side of what will Mokka do in almost a counter dive style. Diablo goes in and you just zone in onto Diablo, or Diablo Greymane go in and you zone into that backline. You jump to the Li Ming, you jump to the Malfurion, and Hanzo is range poke. As you mentioned, the Sonya Leap, maybe a flank potential. Tychus has some range damage, or could just sit there and dump damage into that Diablo who's now in the face of said Tychus. I like this from both sides. I actually struggle to kind of throw a win to one side or the other, but you know what? I'm going to go with my heart, and my heart's telling me that it's going to be what will Mokka do, taking us to game number 3 through this composition. What do you think as we're loading on into Battlefield of Eternity?
I hate to just always agree with you, Baha, but I do.
It's okay. It's okay.
I think that what will Mokka do is going to win as well. I think that, you know, post level 10, I think as long as they don't get snowballed too much in the early game and they're able to hit level 10, you know, around similar levels, I think that they're just going to have so much dive potential onto like the Malfurion, onto the Leeming, Greymane potentially, that I think they'll just be able to blow someone up. That being said, you know, I think Oso, we saw how good they are. They definitely can come out the victor here.
Well, let's get into it. On the right-hand side, we have the members of What Will Mokka Do trying to take us to a game number 3 through Battlefield of Eternity. Mokka on the Tychus, Fancy Pants playing the Hanzo, Cattle playing the Big Bug Anubrak, Heavy hooting on the Stukov, and Uki on the Sonya.
Yeah, as it looks like we are going to be getting into the team on the other side. We have Oso in the blue. We have Ivy Tings on the Leeming, Jay playing the Rexar, Hyde on the Malfurion, Queppy on the Greymane, and my pal Vince rounding out the composition with the Diablo. As it looks like everyone is going to be, you know, rotating to their lanes here. You see the Leeming in the middle of the map, just scouting a little bit, trying to hold vision. You see the players just instantly running to start checking the bushes, trying to figure out where the, you know, scary opponents are.
I love this kind of just float in the middle of the map. Maybe the enemy team stacks up there. Oh, no, we see them all in bottom lane. All right, we're all going to go into bottom lane. Anubrak. Woo, look at all those beetles. Look at all those beetles that Li Ming needs to deal with because of that level 1. But the other thing, too, to consider is just the raw dive into the bush from Cattle to try and catch this Li Ming. I like that aggression. I'm excited. I'm excited about this map right here. It's the members of What Will Mokka Do firing on all cylinders because they gotta. If they do, I mean, this is tournament life. There's no bottom bracket to fall into or anything like that. If you die, if you're out, if you lose this game, it means that the enemy team goes to that grand finals, and that's the end of your free agent tournament run. But we're not there just yet. We've got a long ways to go on this map, and let's see what happens further through this bottom lane as a little bit of poke, a little bit of wave clear. No one going to be getting picked off. Actually, hold on. This is a lot of dive onto the Diablo, but I think some of that damage was mitigated or at least forced away by the Li Ming. Lastly to note, Hanzo, 8 stacks out of the 20.
Yeah, Ivy Tings did a really good job there on the Li Ming, trading a decent amount of damage into Mokka on the Tychus, not allowing him to, you know, get in there to be able to follow up. So it looks like this bot camp is going to be started up. My pal Vince is very low on the Diablo. May potentially fall, actually, but are they going to be able to get the turnaround? Mokka blown up as well. Now to a 3v3. Queppy is going to fall, though. And, you know, they don't have, you know, a good potential turn target, as that is going to be 2 heroes falling in favor of What Will Mokka Do.
Watching this Sonya in the top lane as Malfurion gets caught through this bottom. Root does go out and Pale will be there. Hyde is trying to walk away as the Emerald Dreams value. I mean, Mike, let's talk about the fact that we got 3.5 seconds of CC time from this Malfurion with this. I mean, you got a 2-second sleep. Like, who does this? It's insane.
It's really good for your Li Ming, right? So if you hit a raw root, your Li Ming can basically get in position to follow up, especially because of those Anubrak beetles, right? You might need that little extra time to reposition to make sure that your spells don't get hit. You know, I don't think most of Malfurion's level 1 talents are crazy impactful, right? So I don't think Hyde is necessarily losing out on, you know, a huge talent tier here. And I like the adaptation. You know, I do think that giving your Li Ming the opportunity to burst and blow someone up is really, really important.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't very clear with what I was saying. Mostly I'm directing this to, why was this put into the game? Because that is just so ridiculous.
Oh, gotcha.
I absolutely agree with you. Like, I think it is an insane talent at level 1, and it's like he had some kind of like, all right, he's got some level 1s, but now it's like, all right, this is the only level 1 we take because it is just stupid levels of impact for our team. Like, that should have been a kill into Malfurion. I'm stuck on this. That bottom lane dive should have been a kill, but that Emerald Dreams is just like, all right, cool, you got hit by a root, take a nap, and I'll just walk away. No big deal. So Hyde absolutely going to be able to kind of just maybe get away from some of these team fights just like this, as we are seeing a big one break out. Greymane dives in onto Fancy Pants, who gets the healing pathogen with that biotic armor at the last second.
Mokka not able to connect the grenade, was so close to taking down the Greymane, though, as Jay actually going to be able to connect the Misha Stun, and my pal Vince on the Diablo able to get the follow-up. IB Tings able to get one reset. Is he going to go in? No. Going to opt on out, and this should be the Immortal going over to the side, you know, of the blue team here. It looks like Queppy is going to, on the Greymane, you know, just be doing so much damage, and this is going to be a pretty healthy Immortal. Looks like it is going to finish off around, you know, almost 8,000 HP, which is a, you know, pretty decent shield. This could be a fort opportunity, and they have so much kill pressure. They have so much, you know, stuns. If they have Misha there, Malfurion root, Diablo, they have so many opportunities and ways to kill you that Fancy Pants and Mokka are going to be forced to play a little bit passively when they try and clear this Immortal out.
I'm watching this right now, and I'm waiting to see what the level of value is, because Alarian, as you mentioned, is very, very well shielded. And is this more than just the front gate? Because it's been almost the theme of a lot of these free agent teams. Like, some people are like, oh yeah, front gate, that's pretty standard. I feel like the front gate and the vast majority of a fort has become our standard with some of these immortal races and immortal plays. The big thing to note, though, is we do see some auto attacks here and there. Actually, no, it's one of the minions who are doing God's work. I don't know why anyone's not hitting the well right now, because getting rid of lane sustain is something that I always harp on. If you remove that for the enemy team, they have to disengage so much further. Right now, this bottom lane has to go all the way back to their keep or back through, I guess, the keep range mid area to get themselves a tap on well. That's massive. That's massive advantage, even without getting the fort down here.
Yeah, and the Li Ming doing such a good job here, just throwing spells into the fort. May actually potentially lose their life, though. A good cleanse from Hyde, instantly going to get Ivy Tinks out of danger, and Cattle now all of a sudden is in a very scary situation, able to escape, but losing a lot of their life for it, as Yuki on the Sonya is going to be rotating in here, trying to potentially get a kill.
I love the way that my pal Vince was playing in the shadows right there. The entire time, you were talking about, you know, fog of war earlier when we were getting into the broadcast, and my pal Vince was sitting right next to that vent, waiting for someone to step too far onto the Li Ming, who's baiting out with those abilities into the towers. Super good play from our the members of Oso, and right now it's looking like Oso kind of have map control, as well as having that half a level lead. Might see, though, some equalization through this top lane as the members of What Will Mokka Do are looking to get themselves a little advantage. So Misha really setting up a lot of damage into heavy. Oh, yeah. Poor bear. Cattle, why you gotta be so mean?
I mean, but that's a really good rotation coming out from What Will Mokka Do. They get the top camp, they get the top wall, and they give up the bottom fort that was at pretty much 10% HP, right? Like, they knew they were most likely going to lose that fort anyways. And, you know, it kind of goes to that point I was saying earlier. If you can't win a fight in a certain situation, right, if they're slowly going to whittle down your fort, just go get advantage and value somewhere else. And I think that's just a really smart shot calling decision coming out from their team.
It's a hard thing to realize, because I've done it in my own games too, where you have to sit there and go, okay, we lost that and we're going to lose this structure too. So it's, we lost the objective and this is going over to the enemy team. But in those situations, stepping in and trying to find a fight in the lane, I mean, you're fighting technically 5v6 because you have that immortal favoring the enemy. Granted, it doesn't target heroes like the way that cursed bullet just went into Cattle, and Diablo Shadow charges in. The levels of CC into Cattle, I'm sure that man sat there pressing buttons screaming, I can't do anything.
He's like, team, I was clicking E. I don't know, you know, I got slept after the root. I didn't know what to do. But I mean, that is going to be a pretty much full HP immortal, almost 20,000 HP of shielding going into the top lane. They're going to be able to proc up their night camp as well. So they're going to have bot pressure from their bruisers. You know, a really, really good situation here for the side. You know, this is just such a good situation.
Yeah, Oso has momentum here. You know what? We've got Oso momentum. You want to jump into their comms?
Yes, let's do it.
Let me get us in there.
There's a deep. Just watch my arrow down.
오케이.
I was.
돌아오세요 이러면은.
네, 이거.
네, 하세요.
아이고.
괜찮아. 이쪽. 소냐 안 보여, 소냐 계속 안 보여.
Sonia's missing. Just Sonia's a deep still.
고고고, 푸시.
So let the bear engage.
오케이, 소냐 살았어.
You found Sonia.
소냐 없어. 푸시.
그럼 바로 연결.
Sonia's passed.
보면 빽.
Sonia's come. The bear died. Just a disengage.
Jump out of those comms, not the craziest, you know, screaming in the world, but definitely you could hear some shot calling leadership coming out. You know, push, back. Those little things right there is, you know, you were mentioning in the previous game. It is, you know, there's language barriers here, but there's just these slight recommendations, and shot calling are actually just carrying this team so very well on the side of Oso, in my opinion. What were your thoughts on those comms for the push through top?
They did such a good job at tracking the Sonya, right? You kept hearing them talk about, Sonya's far back, or Sonya's fog, or Sonya's bottom, push, right? Like you hear them recognizing, okay, we only want to push this advantage if it's a 4v5. We have our bottom bruiser camp. We don't want to fight unless Sonya is, down there clearing. And, we want to just force her to be up there so that we can get slight incremental value down there. So a really, really good job from them coming out there and just tracking the Sonya where she is and then playing, positionally according to that. Don't play too aggressive if she's fog. And if, we see her in bottom, we should be doing as much damage as we can.
I like that call as well. I was wondering why we heard so much priority into the Sonya, and it is, there's that leap value as well. You want to make sure that backline isn't going to get dove and potentially bursted. I mentioned the level of value you get from that Poison Spirit level 7. I'm just quickly want to let you all know, Ancient Spear deals an additional 100% damage over time for 6 seconds. So that's that poison value coming in. But 13 talents here. Vipal Vin's going to get hit with the Sonic Arrow, so Fancy Pants and team knows that there was a little bit of a bush party happening. And the Immortal face spawns, but oh my god, Cattle gets dove! And the Biotic Armor was thrown out and instantly procced by Heavy. Little dismount with these boars, but not going to be a kill. Man, seriously, Mike, these dive blowups into Cattle are terrifying.
Yeah, that Anubarak really is having a rough time this game, and the Diablo wasn't there, right? Because of that Sonic Arrow, Michael Vince was kind of forced to play passively, but Misha is blown up, and with that, that is a decently long cooldown, almost 30 seconds, as Leap's gonna come out. Uki going in here, not gonna be able to connect the Hanzo arrow from Fancy Pants, but Cattle onto the Greymane here. Silence gonna come out. Surely they're gonna get the return kill onto Anubarak, but that's gonna be a 1-for-1 as Ivy Tinks is going to go in, doing a lot of damage from the Liming. APOC combo, Heavy getting blown up, but Liming though, Mokka and Fancy doing so much return damage.
Get down, Mr. President, I got you! Oh my god, no way! I cannot believe it. Hide. Oh god, Fancy Pants over the sidewall right there. Tychus goes down. Sonya's gonna get picked up, and I cannot believe it. There was a literal bait onto this Li Ming. Fancy Pants tried to get the snipe, but it all fell apart, and the members of Oso will move to Immortal, and this is easily theirs to burn down and some camps to be stolen as well.
Oh, it's tragic. Literally 3 heroes were all like a couple hundred HP if they're able to secure any of those kills. It's a very different team fight, but so well played as it looks like they are going to be taking the Bruiser camp. Well, Grubby doing all of this is racing on the Immortal. Cattle is going to get slept, falling decently low. My pal Vince may be able to get the wallbang. Cattle may potentially be in a scary situation, actually. Cattle overextending maybe a bit there. And this is going to be a full Immortal. Almost, they're going to be hitting 16 here as well. And their Anubarak is dead for 20 seconds. This is disaster.
I'm currently looking at the Immortal damage. 1,492 into structures. It does 746 baseline. That's a strong Alarian moving in through bottom lane. And this is Anubarak dead for 1 more second. So death timers are not the longest in the world, but look at this. It's a 2-level lead with an 8-4 kills, and this could be the game-ending march from the side of Oso. Immortal down here. We do have the Commandeer Odin from Mokka as well. Uki looking for a leap target. We'll have to see who's able to push in here, Mike.
Yeah, the shield is almost taken out here, so may potentially not be game, as Mokka as well as Fancy Pants have done a really good job at throwing damage into that Immortal, as it looks like they are going to be pressuring onto the core here. Heavy potentially in a scary situation. Watch for the Fancy Pants arrow from the Hanzo. You see him postured on the left side trying to get a good angle. May potentially look for it as they are just throwing damage onto the Immortal. Cattle feeling very low as it looks like the Anubarak is going to be slain. Yuki is going to jump in and lose their life for it. Mokka and Fancy Pants throwing all of this, throwing damage onto the Immortal. Heavy trying to survive. The core is falling down 40%. This looks like it's going to be a 2-0 victory. And that is going to be Battlefield of Eternity going over in favor of Oso.
I love that game right there. The members of What Mokka Do had so many they had so many good moments early on to try and find these dives and counter kills and counter plays per se. But in the end, it was just Oso with just this insane resolve every single team fight. The way that Oso played almost mental games in some of these team fights where it's like, oh, I'm a Li Ming, I'm a little too far forward. Anubarak, come dive me. Oh no. Meanwhile, my pal Vince is sitting in the bush kind of just wringing his hands ready to go. Like, all right, just step a little too far forward. We've got a cursed bullet for you. We've got just a sleep from Malfurion, a silence from Malfurion, Li Ming dumping in damage. in the end, I gotta say, the MVP of that game to me, it's a toss-up between Hyde and actually Jay, because I think the Rexar play was so subtle. We didn't see a lot of what that Misha and Rexar were really, really doing for the friendly team. But at the same time, Hyde had some beautiful plays on this Malfurion, shutting down the enemy team, locking them down. Some of the cleanses on Diablo were just 200 IQ. Hats off to Oso as they move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, so I mean, I would agree with you thinking that Hyde is going to be the MVP there. So many moments where he gets out with 100, 200 HP and baits the entire team in, right? Allowing IB Tinks to, you know, get those turnaround kills. Just such a good job on that Malfurion.
Yeah, I love that. Just, I'm gonna have to go back and clip it myself because honest to God, just the whole like Hyde saving Ivy Things in that bottom lane against Hanzo. Yeah. Just I will take this damage for you, Li Ming. I got it. But either way, that is going to kind of set up our grand final. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. We're going to stretch our legs, get a snack, and get prepared for that best of 5 grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We have more HeroesCCL free agent tournament coming at you in just a moment. Welcome back to HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We are here on Sunday in our getting ready, for our grand finals matchup. My name's Bahamut, and I am still joined by Michael Udall, the owner of 30K. Are you ready for this grand finals? This is a best of 5.
I am so ready. I was practicing. We got Oyo versus Oso. So, some killer teams ahead. I'm going to mess up the pronunciations as we go along. I'm sorry, but I'm really excited. Really, really good players. We saw them earlier, and it's going to be an awesome grand finals.
Well, let's go ahead and look at the bracket from all of these weekend games. We can go ahead and take a look at what we had on Saturday. We had 4 best of 3s that then kind of made today's 2 best of 3 bracket. We saw 23-19 versus Owo. That was a 2-0 in favor of Owo. And then we just had Oso go up against what will Mokka do. And Oso took that in a 2-0 fashion as well. A weekend of just clear-cut games. But here, as we get ready for Owo versus Oso, I feel like we're really getting into a best of 5 series that can go the distance, if you will. I definitely think that this is one of those series that is going to be a bit of a banger, if you will, when it comes to the explosiveness. There we go. Words today from both of these teams. I'm really, really excited about this. And we can actually take a look at those rosters once again. Remind you who's on what team. For the side of Owo, we've got Copenhagen. We've got X-Ray, Lauber, Dino, and Ultralisk. Who do we have on the side of Oso?
On Oso, we have got Jay, Queppy, Hyde, My Pal Vince, and IB Tings. So, Queppy, Hyde, and Jay, all three are Korean players. My Pal Vince and IB Tings, both North American. So when you hear us hop into their comms sometimes, that's why you'll hear multiple languages going on. The fact that they can compete and make it all the way to the finals, with that language barriers is just a testament to how strong these players are, and that's something that it's so exciting to see a, primarily European versus a pretty strong, dominant Korean team in the finals of this, CCL exhibitions.
Well, let's go ahead and get ready and further into those finals. As we can look at our map right now, you can see that there are going to only be 2 map bans. This is a best of 5. Want to keep reminding everyone at home, best of 5 series. We got a lot more maps. So only a ban from each side, a ban from the side of Oh Whoa onto Alterac Pass. And the consistent ban onto Sky Temple will come up from Oh So, our first map being the chosen side of Oh Whoa. Man, I'm sure, chat, you're having fun with this one, as they will be choosing to take us to Battlefield, giving the red side Oh So first pick priority on this Battlefield of Eternity map. And we actually just came off this map. Both of these teams, I gotta say this. The first and second best of 3 of the day literally was Tomb to start, Battlefield to end. Now we're literally getting into Battlefield to kick things off, which is just it's a good idea, but both of these teams won through their best of 3s on this map. So we're going to see who's the clear-cut better drafting team and playing team for Battlefield, as we are here on this first map in our grand final best of 5. On the left-hand side, Oh Whoa. On the right-hand side, Oh So.
Well, a little bit of insight there about the map. So, I am sure both of these teams are familiar with each other, and they just watched each other, pick Battlefield Eternity in both series. So taking away a map that another team is good at and picking that to be the first map you play on, because effectively each team has a number of maps that are their priority maps.
Right.
Like 3 or 4, right? And if you take one of their priority maps that also is yours, effectively you're picking a good map for you and you're stealing a good map that's there for your opponent. So it's going here first makes a lot of sense. And I think it's a really smart decision of, hey, we know they like going to this map and we can steal that comfort pick from them kind of in a way. Or maybe I'm completely biased. Maybe I'm trying to read bias. I don't know. I just remember a couple players would do stuff like that. But getting into the bans, we've got Uther and Sonya, the Cassia, and a Nubarak. I mean, a Nubarak being banned out this early, very interesting. We have seen it, picked up by multiple players today. A very strong hero, does have those beetles, which can be pretty good into Leeming, but yeah, it looks like a bit of a deny ban for Lauber.
The other thing too to deny out is going to be Dino's Cassia, as they played that in both the Tomb of Spider Queen and I believe the Battlefield of Eternity map. So Dino going to be having to showcase a different hero going into this Battlefield map. Stukov, first pick, going to get Hyde onto a comfort pick. Not going to let them. I mean, I'll be honest, that Malfurion looked very comfortable for Hyde in that last game as well. So I think it's just maybe one of those things that's more well practiced. But Chromie was not banned out, and Hogger to be grabbed as well. I'm liking this Chromie so far because there's no cleanse from the side of Oh So into any sort of temporal loop. Slowing Sands, though, does give you a lot of really good zoning and control around the battlefield, the Immortal fight.
Yeah, I mean, Chromie is such a strong hero, and Dino and Ultralist both very, very strong on that character. So I think, starting your composition out with a Chromie Hogger is excellent, but a Leeming as well as a Mei secured for the side of Oh So. Mei, a very tanky hero, pretty difficult to burst down, and then Leeming, just someone that provides a lot of burst. We saw IB Tings play so effectively with that in the last game. I wonder if maybe we'll see them try and go for a Rexar later on in the bath. I think that, that potentially could be a really good third ban here for the side of OO. That secondary form of CC, since you do have the Mei, which doesn't have a consistent stun, I think could be good. And yeah, so it is going to be the Rexar ban. Very, very, very smart choice here.
Yeah, the Rexar in the last game was just absolutely insane. I can't imagine that being something you want to deal with in that solo lane. So I believe Jay is that solo lane player, and they'll have to jump onto something else for this game. Next ban from the right-hand side, I would expect something in the Deckard Cain Ana range to mitigate so you can maybe not get shut down when you go into cryo freeze. I know picking one hero to counter Mei is a little ridiculous, but I feel like at the same time, Emerald or Biotic Grenade are great ways to nullify Mei's cryo freeze, and then you can also nano boost a Chromie, nano boost a Hogger with the the no control at level 20. There's a little bit of, actually not a little bit, there's a lot of value with that one. Have seen some cool interactions with that. But either way, we're going to get into the latter half of the draft. There was a Diablo ban, so we'll see. Lauber, what are they going to be forced onto? ETC. Oh! Now, we didn't talk about the Tyrael priority that comes out from Europe, because we talked early in the broadcast about, different regions have different priorities. And I wanted to mention Tyrael, but I was like, I don't want to jinx it. I want to at least get one fun hero today. So we are going to get this Tyrael, and it will be through Lauber, which is really, really exciting on the side of OWO.
Yeah, well, I think it's a really smart decision as well. They want that sanctification ideally for X-Ray, or maybe they go Judgment one shot, but I think that it most likely will be used to kind of help peel for X-Ray, as the final 2 picks for Oso is going to be the Rainer and Deathwing. So, one thing to note, they don't have CC set up for the Leeming of IB Ting, so would expect to see, him trying to make a lot of his own plays, because it really is only, post 13 Stukov can set up for you, and Mayroots as well, but the Ragnaros last pick for Ultra, I don't love the Rag, I'll be honest. I think this hero's maybe going to die, but with Nano Boost post level 10 with the Tyrael, it's going to be kind of a hyper carry. This is like a hyper carry Rag comp.
Why not just take Tychus? I don't understand. I honestly was sitting here and I was like, you know what, you go Tychus. Like, not because it's like, oh, Deathwing, take Tychus, but like Tychus actually would have been super good for the OWO draft. I think there's a lot of synergy in there.
The thing is, you're kind of playing for a post-level 10 comp on Battlefield of Eternity, which I don't love, because I think this map has a tendency to snowball, right? So I think that if they hit level 10, the Rag could be enabled a lot more and be a lot more powerful. But yeah, I just think it's like you're kind of playing for more of a late-game strategy on a map that, has a tendency to really get out of hand if people do start to snowball. But we're going to be getting into it on the right, Oso is on the right in the red. We've got Jay on the Deathwing, my pal Vince playing the Mei, Hyde on the Stukov, IB teams rocking that Leeming, and Queppy rounded it out on the Pleb Horse playing Rainer.
On the left-hand side, we have the members of OWO. We have got Anna, played by X-Ray, Copenhagen on the Hogger. We've got Lauber on Tyrael, Dino on the Chromie, and Ultras playing this Ragnaros that you and I are just not 100% sure about. I'm sitting here and just trying to do the mental math, and there's not a lot happening up there, chat, but I can figure out that I have no idea what they intend to do on the side of OWO. Maybe it's going to be a Sulfurous smash that sets up some burst from Chromie into the backline with a Hortapult and a Tyrael Eldruin's Might to dive into the back and CC. Like, maybe it's that, but it feels like there's just so many things that actually have to line up for OWO. Whereas Oso kind of just have, I would say, everything they want. Leeming race, Rainer race, control through the Mei. You were mentioning this map can get snowbally, and there's a Mei on that right-hand side. That's probably going to be what really sets up that momentum. Memes aside, she really will be able to lock down the enemy team and find setup burst for this Leeming and sustain damage for the Rainer. But the game has to progress here. We are going to be actually having solo lane in the bottom and our 4v4 up in the top lane. A little non-standard per se, but nothing actually crazy.
Yeah, so we saw the side of Oso run to the top lane. It looks like they want to basically get pushed into this. My assumption as to why they want to pressure top is actually it looks like they're going to be fighting over the Siege Camp Dino, just throwing so much damage into Queppy on that Rainer, as Queppy is in a scary situation. Ultralist rotating in on the point, though. Deathwing going to be coming down onto Lauber. Ultra flanking with that Rag. Lauber going to be kiting out, as it looks like Oso is able to secure the camp. But I think that the reason they went topside is their bruiser camp pushes top, right? So when they take out the bruiser camp, if this wall is dead, it could potentially take a fort. So they want to be topside since they're the team that has the more powerful format.
That is true, actually, on the side of Oso. That camp would really kind of be empowered, but we're going to see a swap now down into bottom lane. And I think this is a rotation with the intention of grabbing the Impaler camp. But we're going to go ahead and get a quick pause here, and we'll get these players. I think it's probably just a lag issue. So we'll get that kind of rested and back into game. All right, so let's talk about 10 talent tiers. Yeah. You mentioned Judgment from the Tyrael, and like jokes aside, I actually have been seeing Judgment, and I think it could be a possibility. Like, Judgment into Sulfurous Smash with follow-up damage of Chromie. That's nano boosted.
And Hordo pull from Hogger as well. It's like you could one-shot someone. Leeming, Rainer, and Stukov are all potential kill targets. Like, I actually think it could totally work. I think they could destroy people.
Even then, you could actually, let's swap it around and let's say it's Sanctification still from Material, but Hogger changes it up and goes into Shockwave. Shockwave could be that setup as well, and I have been seeing more Shockwave Hoggers as of late through this tournament. So we're getting back into the game. Looks like we got a player's cat off of the keyboard, so they're actually able to hit the proper keys, and we are about to achieve level 4s, and we will have the Immortal announcement in 15 seconds, up for contest in 45.
Yeah, as it looks like Oso is going to be pressuring this bot while you see Ivy Tings on the Leeming doing a lot of damage to this top tower. Almost, getting it to fall, getting it pretty low. And the Bruiser camp should be coming up. You see Ultralisk on the Rag already starting theirs up, as it looks like, Oso able to secure pretty much the whole wall here, though. So does have an XP advantage. It's not crazy, but that could be something that as this game, continues to progress, could become a larger factor.
Really good camp timing. I was just watching on the side of Owo in the blue team, or in the blue side. Typically, I mean, we've talked about this 100 times, but if you're maybe new to the stream and you're like, wait a minute, why did they delay it out? If you wait for the Immortal phase to be roughly 15 or so seconds from spawning, so 15 seconds and counting down, you can then kind of trigger that camp around that point because it will get into lane just as the Immortals drop, forcing, as Mike was mentioning earlier, the enemy team to rotate into that lane, and their race potential is a lot lower. If you do it a little too early, that means that the camp gets into lane before the Immortal phase, enemy team can clear and then get to that race potential. But right now, both of those camps being ignored, and race is going to be going out from both sides. The members of Oso are trying to force back this blue team, and Owo are doing a great job of just kind of living on top of Belith. Hyde, though, yeah. Lauber diving onto Hyde. Can they find the kill? They do, but Lauber goes down.
Yeah, Lauber loses his life, but by so much space and able to blow us up onto the Immortal. A really, Lauber dies, but an excellent trade, right? Trades 1-for-1, and his team is able to secure the Immortal. A smart death from Lauber. I will say probably one of the best tactical feeders, Smile, in the league.
The reason I was kind of gasping there, because I was like, they floated, I guess you could say, past my pal Vince, and they're going for the Immortal, and I was like, but your trait, Tyrael, because for every enemy hero hit in that explosion, Tyrael gets 10% off of their death timer, and I was like, Lauber, don't you want to get back into the team fight? So they actually did hit the Deathwing and the Immortal. I think it was just trying to overlap, find that Venn diagram of damage. But we mentioned earlier, some of the trends of this first Immortal phase is getting more than the front gate, but since it was such a neck-and-neck race in the end, it is going to be almost just the front gate going down to the side of Oso in the red, still going to go back and manage lanes as we maybe have a fight over the Impaler camp.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have Tyrael, so I wouldn't really expect them to actually contest. And part of why the side of OO wasn't able to push as much is they don't actually have that much pressure, right? You don't have very many stuns, you don't have very much CC, so the IB Tings and Kwepi are pretty free to be able to hit the Immortal and trade damage into it. So a lot of times when you're watching this and wondering, okay, why does sometimes it push a lot and sometimes it doesn't? A lot of times that comes down to the composition, and once level 10 is potentially hit, if OO had another Immortal like that and they have Judgment and potentially Chromie being able to pull people in with Hurl, it's like they have so many more tools to make it so that the Rainer and the Leeming have to play super safe.
I do like this actually Lauber into bottom lane to allow Hogger to stay with the friendly team. Lauber's abilities are very self-sustain based as well as just auto attack increase based. So the 1v1 Deathwing is actually, we were kind of peeking at it a little bit right there, was kind of in favor for Lauber. They did have to tap well, so Lauber did burn that 2-minute cooldown, but Jay came up into the top lane to try and defend this fort as Rag and friends are going to be pushing up onto this. Unfortunately, no temporal loop, but still slowing Sands to be able to kind of control the enemy team and zone them back during the objective phase, which we will have a second one of. Lauber looks like they were able to back off from a dive in this bottom lane.
Yeah, Lauber very low though. May potentially want a full reset before the Immortal is going to be spawning up, as it looks like it is going to be a raise position. Lauber most likely, I mean, unless he has a tap, may need to back. Very low on mana, level 10, about halfway for Oso. So it looks like, the side of Owo is just going to be looking to raise Kwepi as well, racing Ultralisk getting blinked on. A decent amount of damage from Ivy Tings. Ultralisk on this Rag in a very scary position, and he is going to be blown up. And with that, this should most likely be the Immortal going the way of Oso if they're able to, play it patiently, hit level 10, and then step back in again.
With this this talent tier advantage soon, and the level advantage as well, it's going to be a bit difficult for the members of Owo in the blue to defend. So they're going to try and burn down as much of the enemy Immortal as possible. Maybe actually going to dive onto Hyde, who's taking a bit of a nap, does get hit with the Biotic Grenade. Jay over here putting out some damage, but Lawbird living with no mana in all of this, and Belith will be spawning in the bottom lane. Excuse me, top lane. I read the spawn point backwards. With 10 talent here on the opposing side, I gotta say this is just good play out from the side of Oso. They do lose their top lane fort, but you and I discussed this earlier. It's gonna go down either way. There's no point rushing for it. Let's go to the Immortal. Let's solidify that and then equalize, find parity through top lane. But speaking of parity, 10 talent here, not far off on on this blue side for Owo.
Yeah, Orchula able to use the Rag Fort as well to do a decent amount of damage. We have Judgment, Sulfuria Smash, and it looks like the Judgment gonna be coming out. Eye of Horse as well, and the Sulfuria Smash Hyde getting blown up here, 100 HP, and sniped from X-Ray, and this is where their composition all comes together. We see it now, the power, as Kwepi is going to be the next to fall, and that's 2 heroes. They got the Immortal, but they're losing their lives. My pal Vince, trying to escape on the Mei, will be able to make it out, but during all of this, the Immortal is only going to get a fort, and now I think the side of Owo is unlocked.
I can't, Mike. I can't believe that that's what just was the play. I can't believe that X-Ray is the European sniper coming out with Anna's quote-unquote other heroic. I mean, for the longest time, she has one heroic, which is typically Nano Boost, but the Eye of Horus, the snipe onto Hyde right there, into the bush was just, I gotta clip that at some point. That was too good. Just well played from the side of Owo, able to turn things around in that engagement, find the advantage in experience and kills, as our next Immortal phase will be in a little bit here, probably somewhere around the 10-minute mark in the game. Until then, it's grabbing some camps and maybe even finding a secondary fort through bottom lane, as Deathwing did drop down trying to defend.
One thing to note, though, is that was the surprise factor of Owo used on an Immortal being pushed into them, right? So it didn't necessarily, yes, they won the team fight, but they didn't actually gain much ground. And I think that, as we have a couple more team fights, Oso does have some tools here. They have a Bellowing Roar on the Deathwing. They have that Flailing Swipe. They have Ice Wall. They have tools where they can potentially peel for their team. And as more team fights develop and go along, I think you're going to see the side of Oso get better at reacting. Hyde maybe won't actually be playing in Fog until, he sees that Tyrael. So yes, they have a very cool combo, but since they've already kind of revealed how they want to play it, question is, how does Oso adapt in this next fight?
Oso is looking to invade onto this camp. Not going to be able to do. I saw my Pelvin's just floating, and I think that was maybe just to kind of positionally threat as that main tank, but no 13 talent here, so I'm sure the members of Owo were fine with that. Actually, you know what? We're 13's up, Mike. Do you want to jump into the Owo comms and hear what they're doing?
Yeah, let's get on into it. Let's listen to them hop on in and do a crazy team fight.
Go spot. On the lane. Can the card should be fast now?
Yeah, I am in range now. We could go. I'm Mr. Poker.
I have a Cappy though, it's kind of creepy.
Wait, I can race you then.
Yes.
Yeah, we can get first position now.
I'm sitting on the time trap.
I feel Chromie here.
I'm not in range again. I got top.
Wait, you're alone.
Deathwing is steep.
Can we go on Deathwing? We can poke it.
Liming was...
They're
racing.
Okay, race.
We should fight them now here.
Yeah. I'm looking.
I'm ready.
Okay, they're in like in Africa.
I mean, yeah, they know what our plan is.
Yeah.
We go defend.
Only let me race. You have to go.
We have to force, I think.
Yeah. Look at Kwepi.
Yeah.
I got him with the shockwave.
Nice. Front.
I got the ice
up on Deathwing. I'm gonna die here.
No, I saved me.
Sting on me. Ming is out.
May under Immortal.
Look on the Deathwing a bit.
Yeah, I'm looking.
I'm starting to race.
Yeah.
Wait, line up you.
I'm gonna go tap.
I will help with race as well.
They will race. We should fight them again.
I'm useless. You have to fight.
Okay.
Come right.
Big stun every.
Kill them here.
Yeah.
Go on this guy.
They cannot fucking up.
I need healing. Yeah, you're dying. Can we race?
I'm going in though with the spin here.
Yeah. Going with me.
I'm racing.
Same.
We have it.
We have it.
Are we out? Double
GG.
health?
No, we're not.
No. I mean, trade.
It's fine. I get. Gifted, I think.
Oh shit.
When lava respawns, we can one shot again.
Yeah.
But like this.
I will remain one of my favorite healers to listen to in comms is X-Ray. I just think the way he's just like, you're dying. I love that. Like as the healer, like you're dying. Like come over here. Like line up for me. It's so well played. But in the end, the members of OWO will get this immortal phase, and I love the way that they're communicating how they were looking for that dive onto Queppy with the wombo that they put together.
Yeah, it was a very good dive. I mean, you hear the power of their communication, their ability to sync up their spells at the same time. Ultralisk continually saying, I'm in range, I'm not in range for that Soul Spirit smash. You hear Lauber kind of directing everyone to like, hey, we should go here. X-Ray letting people know that they should force. You know, just really good comms from everyone there. But again, they get the immortal and they don't get that much from it. They get like half of the bottom for it. And yeah, like you heard X-Ray say they know our plan now, right? After Lauber, basically, he said they're in Africa, which is like a saying that the players say of basically they're really far away, right? Like they're a whole continent away from the IM because they know that if they get within range of the Tyrael judgment, they're going to be in trouble. So that's something that, you know, the players are going to continue to adapt and continue to play around. And, you know, it may only get harder for the side of Team OWO.
I feel like you're very right in that because I'm actually looking at the talents right now as well. 16 will be hit ahead of time by the members of OSO. And we've had 4 to 3 in kills in favor of OWO. We've had more immortals go over to the side of our blue team as well, which is just crazy to me. And also, speaking of crazy, oh wait, no, hold on, that's gonna be a judgment Tyrael, but the ice wall comes out, slowing things down. Either way, though, the Eye of Horse is going to set up the kill into Raynor here, while there's going to be a bit of a shifting meteor chasing Hyde, Deathwing, Cataclysm on the back line of this engagement. The bottom lane fort will be the target. Bellowing Roar only connects onto X-Ray, who goes back to healing out onto Dino and Lauber. Ultralisk looking to take down that well. The shifting meteor finding a little extra damage. May gonna get hit with the sleep dart. That's gonna be the Sulphurous Smash, and my pal Vince is gonna get blown up by the Hogger with the amplified damage of Chromie Sand.
Oh, and I mean, a really good job coming out for the side of OWO. I was, you know, a doubter. I was thinking that Oso would adapt, but, you know, Raynor actually getting taken out there. It looks like Tyrael, Lauber engaged onto IB Tings. They used a lot of resources to try and save him, and Queppy, you know, was then turned on and made the target. And then my pal Vince just staying around a little bit too long. Lauber actually going in, potentially doing a decent amount of damage onto IB Tings. Lauber doesn't have judgment for another 8 seconds, just, you know, being a nuisance here while his team is going to be able to secure that halftime. And this is looking like a good situation for the side of OWO. Ragnaros, Sulphurous Smash is back up in 10 seconds, and they will be looking for another blow up.
I love the blow up layering. I guess, well, layering. The heroic overlaying. Words for us are getting a little difficult this late day, Mike, but either way, it's just so well played, and it's not even when we were in the comms, it's not like I do this, it's just once Tyrael goes in, that's the target. Everyone commits, and I absolutely love that level of commitment. I want to talk really quickly about Deathwing 16. Gaze onto destruction. Hitting heroes with Destroyer or World Breakers landing cause their damage to be reduced by 75% and slow them by 40% for 5 seconds. Kind of a little bit like Ominous Wraith from the Leoric, but I feel like Conflagration is so much more valuable, especially since you have Virulent. No, you don't even have Virulent Reaction. You just have really Ice Wall set up. So maybe that is the reason we're seeing this change for the Deathwing. But at the same time, I don't feel like I've seen Deathwing land on top of the enemy team too often. So is it worthwhile? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the other talent may potentially be better. I think this is a situation where it really is going to shine though. We see Deathwing on the bot side, would expect to see them use that gaze onto destruction to counter the engage of the Tyrael. Also, super strain on the Stukov, which means that whenever an ally with Healing Passion is stunned or root, they are instantly healed for 500. 2 more tools that could allow them to potentially survive that Tyrio Judgment, as Jay is going to go Cataclysming in, just, pushing them off, doing a decent amount of damage, as it looks like Hyde is going to be the target, and he is going to get blown up. Lauber in return, though, as it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and they are trying to take down the Immortal Hero. They are going to be able to slay it, but they're going to lose their keep.
Keep goes down. Alarian will fall as well. No one caught in that ice wall. All in all, a good play from the side of Owo. Oso trying, though, to make something happen here with some slows. Copenhagen able to throw out a little bit of damage, slow the enemy team as well. Wait, no, Ultralisk re-engaging. Deathwing just lands. Maybe it was a bait just to force the Deathwing out of the sky.
Yeah, Deathwing is going to fall. I mean, both teams are approaching level 20. Pretty much even in experience, a keep advantage in favor of Owo, though, as they are going to have that catapult pressure, and they have the pressure on the map, able to, take out the top siege camp, most likely going to rotate to the bottom siege camp as well. But, I really would expect to see both teams just kind of posturing around, looking for opportunities as we head into the late game. Whoever wins this next team fight, whoever gets this next Awardle is most likely going to be the victor of game number 1. And if you want, winning the first game in a series is always nice. It helps boost the confidence a little.
Having that kind of momentum advantage in a sense is absolutely something that teams can ride off of. And I would say that Owo, even Osa, either one of these teams can really kind of benefit from that momentum. Owo kind of coming into this best of 5 a little on the colder side, as they had their first best of 3 of the day, literally be the first best of 3 of the day. So it was a little bit of a time for them to kind of watch the enemy team choose how they want to do this. And I think this might be the strategy consistently from the side of Owo, just to go for these big single target blow up pick compositions that kind of snowball in the team fight advantage. And then later into the game, not so much when it comes to experiences. It's 7-4 in kills, but it's just neck and neck in experience. As I believe you are very right in that call, this next Immortal phase could be the end of the game. Even one big team fight could spell demise for one team.
As it looks like Lauber on the Tyrael, constantly hunting, constantly searching, is just going to run into Ivy Tings, and Queppy going to be able to, use that, I believe it's Sword of Justice to teleport back, the level 13 talent. Very good job just kind of being a nuisance, forcing Ivy Tings, Queppy at Hyde to just play so safe. You see Hyde constantly mounted up, constantly running around. If he doesn't have to deal with this Tyrael Judgment, potentially could be looking for more opportunities, as halftime is going to go in favor of Owo, as they are about 6,000 ahead in terms of shields. This is really going to be a hard position to break, so I'd expect to see kind of a front-to-back team fight potentially. How patient is the side of Owo going to be? Because if they overextend a little bit and they don't get the one shot off their pick, that could be it. As speaking of Lauber going very deep onto Queppy here, and he's going to be all right. That is, 2 large cooldown used, Baha, as Lauber is pretty much trying to full kite, and he's dead.
Lauber utilized the level 20 talent tier upgrade, Angel of Justice. So that range was insanely far out from Ragnaros being able to drop a Sulfurous Smash. And there's not even an upgrade at level 20 for Sulfurous Smash. It's going to be that multi- Oh my god! You don't even need the upgrade as the Sulfurous Smash finds a double kill. Setting up a double kill, make it a quad kill overall. Lauber goes down, but it's all a bait in the end, and this will be Immortal over to the side of... Oh, what? Ultralisk just casually was like, don't worry, I got a double Sulfurous Smash.
Yeah, I mean, that was... The game was looking so scary there for the side of Owo. They were about to lose the Immortal. They were down 4v5. Ultralisk able to hit the huge Sulfurous Smash, the follow-up from Dino, as well as the Hogger coming in at the end. And this is going to be them going on to the core here, going for the victory. 15 seconds on the Leeming, 15 seconds on the Rainer, as Ragnaros is going to activate the Ragport, throwing out some damage here, and Dino just throwing damage onto the core. Doesn't have a lot of mana here, able to juke the ice wall, but I think this should most likely be GG. It all comes down to Ivy Tings. There are currently 5 katas coming in here. Can Ivy Tings get the resets? The core is going down low to 60%. Lauber actually getting Judgment interrupted here. The Shockwave, though, the core 50%. Ivy Tings is up, though, so they have the option. The Immortal will come in from the bottom side. A good kite out from the side of Owo, but the turnaround as Hyde is going to get Sulfurous Smashed as well as Judgmented, but able to make it out. The Immortal will be going through the bottom keep soon here, and this is most likely going to be the game. Surely OWO, yes, with that Immortal. That is going to be game number 1, going over to the side of OWO. You see the Immortal doing 10% per auto. Wow.
I guess Self-Fear Smash is a lot better than we expected for this game.
Any doubters?
So Ultralisk MVP in my opinion. I understand Dino had damage Tyrael, got like Lauber got in with Tyrael, Copenhagen was amazing on Hogger, X-Ray's healing was just insanely on point with casual 77,000 over the opposing side, Stukov with just about 50,000. Ragnaros MVP in this game. Ultralisk, I was a doubter, I am a believer, and I will never doubt your Ragnaros again. That was so beautifully played. 14 kills over to the side of OWO, 100%, kill participation from this Ragnaros as well. And I would say the vast majority of the kills were really set up either through Ultralisk or the initial dive of Lauber. Beautiful play. Seriously, wow. All right.
That was game 1. That was game 1. That's how we start the finals today. Yeah. I love that. I mean, that was such a unique composition, right? Like when I first saw it, I was like, I don't really love the Rag. That was both of our initial reactions. And I think by the end of the game, we both love the Rag. Really, really well played by Ultra. The really game turning moment at the end there after Lauber died, hitting that Sulfurious Smash, bringing his team from a 4v5 situation to now they have like a 4v2 situation and they're able to secure the victory. Is such a well-played game from both squads, honestly, and it bodes well for the rest of this best-of-5 series.
Absolutely. I'm just thinking to myself, like the moment that you and I were like, I don't know about this Ragnaros, I'm sure Allura in chat was just like, it's perfect! What do you mean? So either way, I do love this Ragnaros play that came out from the side of OWO. They'll go up 1 in this best-of-5 series, as you just mentioned, and we'll see how the members of OSO are going to adjust going into this. I don't think OSO played bad by any means. I just think that a lot of the late game was just controlled and dominated, in a sense, by the members of OWO on the blue side. OSO, our red team, still, they've got a lot of prowess. They've got a lot of skill. I think it's game 1 in a best-of-5. There's so much room to run it back. There's so much room to adjust. And we'll see what that adjustment looks like going into game number 2. Looking back at this draft, what would you do different on the side of OSO, our red team? Like, would you have changed anything?
Maybe banning Chromie in the first rotation.
Okay.
Pretty consistently we've seen Chromie getting taken out. I think that's a hero that is very strong. Granted, like you mentioned, I think the Rag had a really good game, but Chromie is just like this artillery hero that you can't actually kill unless you design your whole comp around killing her. And it's, on this Battlefield of Eternity map, there are so many abilities where you can be over a wall where literally it is so hard for them to kill you. And, I think Dino just being basically a free damage hero that is not ever really pressured just opened up the ability for, Ultra to get into, that right position. Because if they don't have the Chromie follow-up, I don't know if they get some of those kills. Right. So, I think the Chromie would be the big thing that I'm looking at. Like, okay, maybe we take this away early or ban this early because that is such a strong team for the side of OWO.
I absolutely agree with you. I think there's a couple adjustments, but I think the Chromie ban would have would have mitigated a lot of that follow-up damage to the Tyrael dive and the Ragnaros Sulfurious Smash. I'm still just smiling about that game. Here's the thing, I talk about this all the time about having these standout games with these unique characters, and you have a Sulfurious Smash Ragnaros on Battlefield. I feel like that's not a common thing we see, and so that's definitely when I think back to the free agent tournament, I'm gonna be like, that's a map that stands out to me. That was a really, really good game. We got Judgment Tyrael as well. So when you are considering,
I have Horus,
from X-Ray as well. You got to be able to talk. You have to be at the forefront of organizations' minds for next weekend's tournament draft day. Because as I said, it's approaching quick. It's April 17th is going to be that draft day from the organizations. Exactly, dab indeed. And let's actually dab our way over into a map pick. We'll try that transition. Anyways, we are going to see the map choice of Towers of Doom coming out from the members of OWO, which means OSO is going to be going for first pick priority as they were the losing team. I mean, I always sing the praises of Towers of Doom. Do you think that this is going to be a map where we see some of those Vikings, see some of that Abathur play? Or do you think these teams are going to go more standard per se, look for something that double soaks between top and mid, and then a core 4 for just bottom lane? No.
I mean, I definitely think Abathur and Vikings are possible. I think if you're either team, you don't necessarily feel like you have to pull out that level of cheese. I think both teams probably walked away from game one. I mean, if you're the side of OO, you won, right? So you're feeling good. If you're the side of OSO, it's like, okay, they had a specific strategy, very unique ultimates. They played it well, but we were in it. You know, it was a pretty close game. And it's like, how much adaptations do you actually want to take in this best of 5, you know, considering... you know, it's like maybe game 2, you pick more like a standard draft, kind of similar to what you did, and it goes well again. So I think that we won't see really big adaptations. I think Abathur is something, though, that really could be a either early pick or early ban, because that's just a hero that enables so many other kinds of heroes, such as like a Samuro, such as like a Zeratul, I mean, Valera. So, you know, it's just a hero that really opens up so many draft options later on.
I absolutely agree with you. The other things to consider too are just going to be, you know, do we see that Deathwing again? Because this is a large map for Deathwing to get a lot of value. The objective phase itself does have the global vision, so Skyfall is a really great talent to be able to kind of poke at the objective and stall things out. You're mentioning adaptation, and my brain always immediately goes Dahaka. I mean, not Nano Boost, excuse me, Enhanced Agility at level 1. When you finish that out, you have 140% movement speed after tapping a bush. 100%, 130 is your standard mount speed. So Dahaka's kind of NASCAR Dahaka, as I like to call him. He's really able to meander between that top and mid quickly, and he just has so much pressure. And then the brush stock value for a map like this, there are so many flank positions in all of the objective phases that I really feel like that hero is not undervalued, but sometimes kind of skipped over because he's very synergistic in like, all right, you got to tongue drag and you got to CC train people. But speaking of CC trains, I feel like that plays into OWO's draft style. Like that last game we just saw, chain CCs with minimal communication needed. A Hogger with the Shockwave, a Tyrael with the Judgment Ins. We had that Sulfur Smash and Eye of Horus. Everything layered so perfectly in that cake without much consideration as to who's going to go first or who's going to go after that Judgment. It's just, here's the target, let's go on in. And speaking of, let's get on into this Towers of Doom game and see what our drafts will be looking like. We got everyone here and ready to go. On the left-hand side, we have OWO up 1 in this best of 5 series, with OSO on this right-hand side trying to equalize.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely need to equalize here. Don't want to go down 0-2 in the grand finals. You can always come back, pull out the reverse sweep, but, you know, don't want to put yourself in that situation. Right. I really think the big thing for me is going to be, do they opt for that first pick Stukov again if it's up for Hyde, right? Like, we need to see how the bans play out, of course, but, you know, it'll probably be some combination of Cassia, Uther, Sonya, Hogger, Medivh. You know, kind of like pick your poison there. It'll probably be some of those, maybe potentially an Abathur as well could be thrown in. So it looks like it is going to be the Cassia and the Uther. But yeah, if Stukov is up, is Hyde going to lock that? I feel like he had a very, very strong Malfurion performance. I think Stukov is a good hero, but is it something you should take over a Hogger, over a Sonya? I don't know if I believe that. So yeah, that's really going to be the thing that I'm kind of looking at once we get through these 2 initial bans.
Here's, I think, where Oso is considering that Chromie ban, as you were mentioning. It was so strong in the last game. They could try and pick it up themselves or force the enemy team to ban it. Is it? No, it's actually the Ana ban, so gonna force X-Ray onto a different healer, but we all know that that's not that difficult for X-Ray. They've got a vast pool of support, healers. As speaking of support, we are going to see a Medivh ban. Is this a Chromie lock? Is this going to be Sonya? Is it going to be the Stukov, as you were mentioning? What is the hot first pick for Oso as they opted for first pick priority going to Towers of Doom?
There's Hogger as well. There's a lot of options here. There's a lot of really good options on the board. So I am leaning towards Hogger, but also, you know, I still could see them pick Stukov. Hyde loves that hero. Okay, it's Junkrat first pick. So not any of the heroes that I was talking about was mentioning. And it looks like they do opt for the Junkrat. So this kind of tells me that Junkrat either pairs well with a lot of the other heroes that they think are good in the pool, or counters a couple of the heroes they don't potentially want to play into. You know, maybe something like that Sonya or that Hogger. I'm not 100% sure the matchup, just because I haven't played new Junkrat that much. I miss endless nades. Like that was my favorite thing, is I would just post 16 just queue forever. But it's gonna be a Falstad. I love this pick actually. Falstad and D.Va. So basically securing a global, securing a strong double soaker, and the Falstad into Junkrat matchup I think is very, very Falstad favored. You know, Falstad can boomerang, you know, get that W on them as well, roll in, do a lot of damage, and kind of force the Junkrat to run away.
The one thing I do like about Junkrat is just his utility on a map like this. Poke potential with grenades, mobility with the concussion mines, as we're going to see a very, very non-prioritized tank through ETC. But here's the thing, there's a Lucio, and I am sitting and trying to piece all this together, and I'm like, all right, it's going to be I would assume it's going to be a first pick, not first, dear Lord. So I was reading what the issue was when it comes to the DC. But it's going to be one of those situations where like high 5 into the ETC will be a great way to pre-cleanse that mosh pit. So that's what I'm thinking. Like this is slowly being built because you go mosh pit, rip tire, high 5. This is kind of getting explosive on the side of Oso. But at the same time, you only have poke potential through a Junkrat. So your objective phase is very, so far at least, is very kind of, not very, sorry. It's very all in. Like you want to go in and you need to step in, because for now it's just Junkrat's the only delay. Maybe an increased face melt range, but I'm not 100% sure about this.
Yeah, no, I like ETC Lucio paired with Junkrat. It's like you need to have some sort of, I think, burst damage to follow up as well. Like ETC really does want kind of that one of those burst mages. But I really am interested to see how the Falstad D.Va kind of combo pairs up, because for me, them picking that in the 1-2 kind of screams that they really want to have a really strong kind of like top side presence. Because generally the way Towers of Doom works out is you're going to have, you know, the 3 heroes kind of playing around the bot side, 4 heroes playing around the bot side, and you'll kind of have a double soaker. So D.Va will do a lot of the mid-top double soaking, but you're going to see Falstad potentially, you know, fly in looking for those kills, looking for those picks. And that's something where I think Dino is one of, you know, the best Falstads that I've seen in the post-HGC era. I think it's a hero that is really being slept on right now as far as power level goes. And I'm really excited to see what they pull out with it. And who knows, maybe they go Tyrael and Hinterland Blast with it. Like, it could be anything.
I thought I was done casting with GOON, but apparently I'm not. Hinterland's Blast. Oh my God. What is up with you org owners and Hinterland's Blast? Like, it's just...
Okay, I was more saying because we had the Judgment. Like, they'd pair it up with the Tyrael Judgment. You know, it was more based off the first game, you know?
Look.
I just want to kill Foss.
I have no room to judge. I got 17 minutes into the broadcast and brought up Cho'Gall. So, which actually I got flamed in my Discord. They're like, it's 5 minutes in. I'm like, technically you're right. But no, the timer on the Twitch chat or on the Twitch stream, that's the one I'm going to go off of. So I made it past 15 minutes in a sense, but we are going to get that player back in here in just a second. Just had to get them some internet connectivity issues, reconnected for them, and we will be back into our draft for Towers of Doom in just a little bit. Realistically though, oh, actually, all right. So we're going to go ahead and take a little break here really quickly just to make sure that we get the player back in and everything's on the level. So we are going to go ahead and take said break. We'll be right back with more HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament in just a moment. Welcome back into the HeroesCCL free agent tournament. I'm still Bahamut, still joined by 30K owner Michael Udall, and we are getting our way back into that draft. It looks like someone just had to get a new potato from the field for their computer. So we're back on into this in just a little bit here for our Towers of Doom draft. And God, I gotta say, we're actually going to get back into those ETC and what was it again? What
I believe it's Lucio as well.
Yes, Lucio for that high 5 values we're talking about. So now we're back to where we were just a moment ago. Thank you all for being patient with us. Sorry about the slight delay on that one, but Lucio comes through and we get into our next ban phase. Do you think, like, I feel like there should be a priority onto the solo lane bans. Like, I feel like this is a great Sonya ban coming out from the side of OWO. Or do you consider the Chromie? Whoa!
Vikings ban. So it looks like they're, you know, maybe this is something that they've been running in scrims. You know, maybe this is the side of, you know, the blue team here just being a little bit afraid of cheese, right? They feel like they have a very strong opening and don't really want to be countered. So, you know, potentially like a Sergeant Hammer paired up with a Vikings could have been a really scary four-person push. So, you know, they are going to be banning out the Vikings there. I don't 100% see it because I don't think their comp is necessarily set up super well for Vikings of like Junkrat, Lucio, etc. But yeah, I always respect someone taking away a Vikings because, you know, losing a game to, you know, a hero like that really hurts.
If I'm not mistaken, Jay has an amazing Vikings to play. But the other factor, like I was sitting here and I was considering, I was like, the poke potential around the objective phase is very lackluster for Oso. And now I was like, well, maybe this is actually a very good Vikings comp. That they were building a pretty good core 4 for that bottom lane, and maybe it was well read by the side of OWO, but they on the blue side will grab this Anubrak and Brightwing. Lauber getting their Anubrak once again. Cocoon value into a Lucio is it's phenomenal. I mean, you have no high 5, no break it down. ETC is an easy target for Brightwing polymorphs, and then maybe move past all that into the Junkrat. We'll have to see how hard the members of OWO dive into Oso's draft as the last 2 picks do come out for our red team.
Yeah, it looks like, okay, my Ev as well as the Hogger. So it looks like they are going to be committing to quite the dive here. Maev and Hogger, both heroes, are going to be able to get in there. Riptire follow-up from IB Tings. Lucio with the speed. But, I mean, they have a decent amount of disengage. Falstad Gus, you know, Diva for the displacement. Lauber has the Cocoon. Brightwing, a very, you know, a hero that's able to kind of dance around the battlefield with that Blink Hill. And it looks like they are going to be going for one more DPS. Probably want something that's safe. Maybe something like a Li-Ming, potentially, I think. Okay, yeah, it is.
Li-Ming, yeah. You said Li-Ming, and I looked at who was left to pick, and I was like, do we have any swaps on players? No. Yeah, that Li-Ming, that's a good pickup because Wave of Force into an ETC Mush, Wave of Force with Repulsion at level 20 to displace the Hogger, Lucio, Junkrat into the friendly team. I think this is a good draft for OWO, but we were very wrong in that last game when we were saying OWO didn't have a good draft. So either way, I do lean into this blue team quite a bit. I think that they've got a lot of really, really strong heroes that scale from level 1 onward. Yeah. On the opposing side, I just think that there's a big power spike for Oso, and we'll see at level 10 specifically if that power spike is big enough. What are your thoughts?
I agree with you. I think OWO has the stronger draft here. I think the double global as well. You know, I'm worried for Jay in that off lane, you know, as the Brightwing, as well as the Falstad may potentially be coming in, trying to, you know, get that off lane gank. But yeah, I think OWO has a very solid draft, and we are going to be getting into it here.
Alrighty, everybody. On the right-hand side, we have the members of Oso trying to equalize in this best of 5 series and get a game of their own. One on Towers of Doom. My pal Vince on the ETC. Queppy going to be on the Abby Ting's going to be on the Junkrat. Lucio played by Hyde, and Jay playing the Hogger.
And then on the left, you know, in the blue, we've got OWO, X-Ray playing the Brightwing, Ultralisk on the Li-Ming, Lauber playing the Beetle, Anubarak, Dino on the Falstad, and Copenhagen on the Diva, as it looks like Copen is going to opt to go towards top side. Li-Ming and Brightwing peeling off to go towards the bot side. So just Lauber and Dino. So it looks like they don't actually want to fight level 1, and I think this is a smart decision, as you know, the power of Maev ETC is just very, very scary.
I think Maev level 1 kind of shows us exactly how Oso want to play this. Spirit of Vengeance. This is a dive-heavy Maev with that Spirit of Vengeance, which is that kind of shadow she throws forward and she can blink to. There's Sudden Vengeance at level 4 that does deal, I believe, 8% damage. So Sudden Vengeance onto Lobber, maybe 8% of that Anubrak health is fairly good, as well as these Fan and Eye potential resets. So long as I believe you hit 2 or more enemy heroes, you do get a reset on that Q. But right now, rotation's breaking out in favor of Oso, while the bottom lane kind of being not stalled, but slowly picked up by Owo.
Yeah, I mean, really good job from both sides. You know, teams just taking a little bit passive here. Both people just clearing out waves. No one wants to get pocked off here, but the camps are going to be spawning now. The pumpkin sappers on this map, you know, do a lot of damage if you're able to actually walk them into the tower. So that's kind of like the unique mechanic of the pumpkin sappers, as we may potentially get on the top side of the Hogger. Dino with the fly-in, able to get the kill, but this is going to allow the invade from the other side. I actually don't know if that's, I mean, they do end up getting the Hogger kill, but if they get all 6 of these pumpkin sappers in, I don't know if that's a worth the trade.
Right now, just, I mean, if we want to break down the split in just experience, Dino trying to back off. We'll get the phase shift in from the Brightwing, and Copenhagen coming in as well just to try and turn this team fight around. Queppy going to be taking a lot of damage, pops the Vault of the Warden as Hogger's back into this fight. But just to break it down really quickly, a heroic kill yielded 352 experience. That Mercenary camps, I believe it was both of them grab 180 experience. So you can see a little bit of still a gain over to our blue side, but equal in experience overall as we have had. Oh no, excuse me. It's going to be a big jump in experience. So bit of back and forth as we still have waves to be cleared out. So it's an early game. It's a little hard to tell the difference, but either way, first objective phase will be spawning fairly soon, and we'll see how these teams play for it as I'm watching the aggressive positioning from ETC.
Yeah, my pal Vince on that ETC can be taking a decent amount of damage. Lauber posturing, looking to potentially get in onto someone there. It looks like Queppy is just going to be rotating into the top side, looking for Copen. Copen playing very carefully here, saying, shh, no one check the bush. No one check the bush. And actually, Falstad coming up. Brightwing can TP as well. This may potentially turn into a 3v3 as Copen's going to go on, push the bomb onto the point. X-Ray TPing in as well, but the Hogger just doing so much damage. A really good job leaving in and off the point. Dino able to get out as well. Copen may potentially fall as Queppy is going to be able to go in, and the displacement able to escape and not fall.
I can't believe that Hogger lived right there. He had a sliver of health, and I was sitting there saying the sustained damage will be enough, but no, I'm wrong in that one, as IBTings and Ultralisk will 1v1 in the bottom lane. Hyde to be stalled out by Lobber, but it looks like the left and the right will go out to the side of Oso. Wait, no, Diva might have one interrupt. Bottom lane still has the 1v1 between Li Ming and Junkrat, which is going to be a bit of an annoying play right there, but 8 shots will rain into the core of Owo. Stall still happening in the bottom lane. There's no way. Do we see a potential skunk in this game when it's going to be a 40-0? No. Junkrat forced away with a sliver of health.
IBTings barely makes it out alive here, but Dino may lose their life for it as the good collapse Hyde on that Lucio, able to help speed everyone up. IBTings with the bait, had that bait in the earlier series with the Li Ming, able to get another one here. It looks like my pal Vince is going to take a little bit of damage, but definitely Oso is leading the pacing of this game. Very, aggressive leading into the second game.
I mean, a level lead, they're going to get 12 shots from the first objective phase. Like, that's not common, chat. That is not common at all. Like, usually it's, 8 to 4 sort of deal. Rarely, if ever, do I see something like this as the aggression continues through bottom lane as the camp will be stolen away. Oso want to continue their control and dominance. Concussion mine onto Lobber. Phase shift comes in from Brightwing, not in time. And the Nexus Forces actually steal that kill away. Nexus Forces, Mike, a little too OP.
Yeah, I mean, but Oso able to get the wall, and now they're pressuring the fort as well. And when you get this bottom Towers of Doom fort, it just provides so much value. So if you're on Team Oso, you're definitely happy with the pacing of this game. But if you're on OO, like, you have 2 globals, you can still soak your way into this, but you're down, a decent number of shots already into this game, and you're gonna need to stop the bleeding somehow, whether that be split pushing top, whether that be trying to get a pick. You need to get value somewhere on the map.
I think we're seeing Falstad just all right, I'm going to lock myself into top lane. Diva's just controlling mid, and it's mostly just waiting for the waves to crash into them, but this 10 talent tier advantage should be yielding both of these shots over to Oso, in my opinion, unless there's a risky play that's going to be made by the members of OWO without their 10 talents here. But it's actually going to also be Containment Disc from the Maiev, so locking someone down to kind of match that Anubarak Cocoon value, while D.Va and Falstad hard push top lane. Bottom lane gets converted. Let's see how this goes, Mike.
Looks like Jay actually going on to Dino here. Hyde coming in as well with the Lucio Dino in a very scary situation here. The Brightwing TP Hortiple coming out as well. Level 10 still not achieved. They do not want to be taking a fight here, as X-Ray on the Brightwing is going to be the first of all. Dino trying to go for the fly, not going to be able to do it, and that's 2 heroes down for the blue team, and this should be both of these caps going the way of Oso as they secure at the bottom left fort as well.
10 shots, 18 to 40 in core HP. We're 6 minutes in, ladies and gentlemen. And I always say this, but I will say this. This is the least confident I've ever said this sentence. It's Towers of Doom. It's anyone's game. Ultralisk getting dove in the bottom lane underneath this bell tower. They get pulled in. Face melt. Dear Lord, the aggression out from our red team. This is Ozo saying, game one, that's a fluke. They found quote unquote cheese into us with that big judgment Sulfurous smash. No. We play a better macro game, and we are going to be able to control this and run it down, as Jay is going to get run down as well through this top lane, as I make that entire big point, and we see the Hogger go down.
Yep, the Hogger is going to fall, but they're able to get the Pumpkin Sappers on the bot side. And level 13 has not been achieved. The Hogger is dead as well. If they can potentially get a collapse here, or maybe, chain another kill onto the Maiev as Queppy is trying to rotate, they're able to snowball some kills. If they're able to, chain some deaths and maybe able to bring it back, but very much a decent shot lead deficit that they're going to have to eat away at. 18 to 40. Oso definitely very powerful so far into this game, just showing, how much they can get done with the aggressive comp that they have with the Lucio, with the ETC, with that Maiev. And yeah, I really like the adaptation from them. Picking Queppy, that Maiev, I haven't seen him play an immense amount. I'm sure it's really difficult on the ping. This is a Korean player, so I was like 160 ping on such a mechanical hero. Just really impressive to see.
My Paladin's anchoring in the bush over here, which I really, really like. You have the Junkrat Concussion Mine in case the enemy team dives in. ETC finishes out their Proc Rock at level 1, so after gathering 20 regeneration globes, Guitar Solo also heals nearby ally heroes for 83 health every second while it is active. Web Wrap goes out onto the Lucio, going to be clearing that out easily enough, but the Gust will disengage the enemy team. Shattering Teeth come in as well, and Hyde will go down. Mosh Pit from the ETC will be interrupted as well. Containment Disc goes out onto one. I didn't see who it if it connected onto anyone. My Pelvin's very low, goes down to the Mech Explosion of D.Va, and this is a bit of a bloodbath. It's 2 for 2 on both sides, 4 deaths all in all. Queppy trying to make the big plays here, not going to actually blink away, utilizing that sudden vengeance value. Actually, no, she didn't go into that at level 4, but in the end, it's a reset for Li Ming again as Hogger goes down. This is looking like it's a double channel for the side of OWO, who do not want to get skunked per se in this game, and they will actually find some shots out themselves. 8 shots go into Oso's core. We got a game on our hands here, Mike.
And what a beautiful play from Ultralisk there. I mean, solo on HP and still just running at the Junkrat, and Queppy actually gifting his life as well. X-Ray going to be stopped on the channel. Ultra still needs to be healed up, but yeah, that last team fight was so well played by the side of OWO, showing some life, and they're able to get 8 shots and just, they're only going to get better with 16. I think Li Ming will start to have a lot more damage. I still think that Oso is, leading, of course, but it's Towers of Doom. This could be, they could sit at 18 shots for the rest of the game. Who knows?
It's absolutely possible. Want to break down some experience for you all as well, if you're wondering at home how the members of OWO have this advantage. Even though it's 7 to 9 in kills, it's 6,300 heroic experience to the 5,500 on the side of Oso. So you're seeing that breakdown right there, but also Mercenaries more so in favor of Osos. They've controlled these, so we will be seeing kind of a gain through Mercenary camps on the side of OWO, as they now actually have a little bit more map control. The early game was very against this blue team, I gotta say, Mike, and now as the talent tiers are starting to progress, I was very wrong. Wow, the raw burrow into the bush. The Gust will push my pal Vince against the wall. Dino trying to find the sustained damage necessary as Copenhagen comes in with the micro missiles, but look, Maiev on the bottom of our screen is going to get hit with that web wrap. Vault of the Warden, Containment Disc does go out as well, and this is a clean disengage from the side of Oso, who looked a little bit on the well, too far forward sort of side of this engagement.
Yeah, I mean, Lauber just blindly charging into the bush does allow them to get a decent chunk onto My Pal Vince, but forces Dino to use the Gust to save him. Level 16 going to be achieved by both teams before this altar spawn is going to be coming up. Riptire is on a 45-second cooldown. A new bracket Cocoon on 30. Lauber actually falling very, very low here. My Pal Vince, though, maybe the one actually in trouble. The helping hand is not going to be enough. Hyde trying to help Kwepi on the bot side, doing a lot of damage, but it is now going to be a 4v5.
I don't know what knocked back the enemy team, but literally something actually knocked everyone out of the mosh pit. I don't know if there was like a mistimed face melt right before it or something, but it seemed like everyone got pushed out of the mosh pit just in time. I was like, wait, Li Ming, because then Li Ming came with the wave of force, and that got the interrupt as 4 more shots rain into the core of Oso, 18-28. There's parity being found in this game right now through the side of our blue team as they're diving underneath this tower. Web wrap goes on to Lucio. Kwepi will be the target of the sustained damage of Dino, and Ultralisk finds the reset now. There's a combo into this Lucio, and the Gust comes out to force the Junkrat away. And God, I gotta say, Mike, this is absolute insanity from the latter half of the game of Owo.
You said that it's Towers of Doom and anyone can come back, and I was like, surely, surely not. And it is, I would say, in OO's favor at this point. They have the bottom fort advantage. 2 heroes are still dead. They're still down in shots. But with the double global pressure and advantage that they're going to have, they really are going to start to be able to put a very, difficult stranglehold on the game for Oso, unless they kind of just 5-person group up. Would expect to see, the Falstad and Brightwing maybe look for a pick on the Hog. Or Copen needs to play very careful, as I think that definitely is going to be the target they're looking for.
Bottom lane will be attempted to be, well, I guess is going to be held over for now by the side of Owo. A little step forward from the enemy team, but Ultralisk is back in to try and force back the enemy side. ETC has Mosh Pit up and available, did go into Encore at level 13, so for every face melt and little boombox that does hit the enemy players, it is going to be 6 seconds off of that 120-second cooldown for that ETC, 5% if you will. That's the one caster math I've committed to brain, so I don't need to actually sit there and do the math. But a triple altar phase will be coming out here. Engage goes out. That's a lot of bouncing from Jay, who's super low. Ultralisk almost gets the kill, but the Hortipulse back into there, and that will be the kill onto the Hogger. Kwepi goes down as well. Soothing mist out from this Brightwing as Falstad barrel rolls over to the side. There's going to be a phase shift in from the Brightwing as the Gust puts the enemy team back into the fight, and there's so much damage onto Hyde. My Pal Vince power slides away. It ain't enough. Falstad's going to be a little too sticky right there. Quad kill over to the side of Owo during a triple altar phase. Mike, this is 15 shots into the enemy core.
It might be more than that, Baha. They might go for a triple cap, as it looks like they are just going to secure the top right, not making any moves towards the middle or the top left, as it looks like they may go for pumpkins. They want to get the mid fort as well. Ultra actually just going to finish copying it off. Looks like they may go for, a lot of pumpkin shots as well. They may potentially, do they have a lethal situation if they get all the pumpkins in? Plus the 10, probably not, but I mean, they are going to get a lot, and they're going to be, they're already level 20 as well. This game is completely flipped on its head.
I was talking about how the Ragnaros game, that's a standout game. We're in a standout series here. This entire thing has been so good so far. I'm literally laying on my desk almost, just leaning into my mic. I'm blown away by what we're seeing here. This is such good Heroes of the Storm and communication. I'm losing my mind as to how well Owo's playing this. Lauber is going to get saved by the Gust of Dino, who comes in just in time. And this is, in the end, the barrage starting from the core as well. Diva's grabbing camp in top lane, and there's a dive to try and convert this bottom lane bell tower. No way does this end off of the barrage. There's no way that we just get 8 more shots that rain into this core, but it's possible. It's possible here, Mike.
No, they have 3 shots coming in from the top potentially as well. Lauber recognizing he can lose his life. All they need is 5 more shots to go in, and this looks disastrous for Oso. They need to get some kills here. The Diva Mech going in as well. We have 3 pumpkin sappers. Hogger's gonna fall, and they're going to do it. They're going to be able to actually secure the game 2 victory as well. I can't believe they brought it back after such a difficult early game. But they now are going to be leading 2-0 going into potentially the final game. That game 2 is a soul crusher if you're Oso. You were so far ahead.
I'm crushed for Oso. Yeah. Those are the games that I play on Towers of Doom that I throw And I'm just like, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm done. Like, that game was so one-sided up until when it wasn't, is the easiest way to put that. Like, it was level 13 that started the shift here, though. Let's talk about talents and stuff. Like 13, you know, we have the Mad Lads, the Burning Beetles for the Sanubarak. You have the Illusionist of that Li Ming. Falset has sustained wins, so that means that you're also dealing percent-based damage. Brightwing, Pixie Power, and you also have the Good to Go of Diva. Those talents really started to change up the prowess and the aggression of Owo, and then 16s was just a big boost ahead, and then from then on it was just complete control. I gotta say, the members of Owo, they knew how to Mokka steer back into this game, because that entire start was just Mokka slide into a ditch, and it was just the counter steer consistently from Owo. If there's a good game, Mike, that ever is like, hey, how do you come back on Towers of Doom? I think this is a good example. This might be a good example of that.
Well, I think they did a really good job at utilizing their double globals. You know, we saw Dino and X-Ray, both of them making rotates to the top side, and then also Copen. You know, on the Diva had 0 deaths that game. The only person on their team was 0 deaths, 126k siege damage, and 20k XP, right? So very much carrying the double soak for their team, which was so crucial when they were, you know, bleeding kills in the early game to keep them in it, to be able to get some of those team fights in the later game to actually, you know, be able to win it.
Well, we're going to go ahead and take a little bit of a break. I need to just kind of catch my own breath and maybe lay on the floor and just kind of think about what just happened here. But we're going to be back in just a little bit with more HeroesCCL. We're going to find out, can Owo close things out in a 3-0, or will Oso take us to a map number 4? We'll be back in just a little bit. Welcome back to HeroesCCL. Oh, did I break something? I thought I broke something really quickly. I didn't break anything. Welcome back into HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. My name is Bahamut. I am still joined by Michael Udall, and we might be closing things out in a 3-0 fashion, but God forbid we don't get any more Heroes of Storm action, because I don't know about you, I want more games.
Yeah, the games today have been insane. I cannot believe the OO was able to pull that Towers of Doom game back. They were down to 18 shots. I said it flippantly. Maybe they'll stay at 18 for the rest of the game, and then they did. It was crazy. I mean, even in the first game, they had such a unique draft. The Tyrael Judgment, I have Horus, Ana, Rag, Smash. I've been loving what we've seen today, and I'm just really, I hope for the best of 5. But if it's a best of 3, that works too.
Well, let's find out where we're going to for map number 3. We've got that all set up for you at home. We are going to be heading over to Dragonshire. This will be another map choice of OWO. For anyone that doesn't know, the losing team, which was OSO in the red, they can either choose map pick or first pick priority. In this case, our red team opting for first pick priority, our blue team choosing the map of Dragonshire. This is a tried and true. This is considered one of those top tier esport maps, or I guess not esport maps, competitive maps for Heroes of the Storm is a better way to say that. There's a lot more of priority into the solo lane because it doesn't get that many rotations. And then your core 4 between mid to bottom. How are you going to maybe control that bottom lane shrine? Do we see Chromie, to kind of quote GOON yesterday, because it's a very perfect way to kind of consider her on this map, almost goal-keeping the bottom lane, because she can do it so very well with Sandblast, Dragon Breath, and then you have that level 8 slowing sands or possibility for Temporal Loop as we get into what hopefully is not our final draft of the day, but it could be, as OWO on the left-hand side are up 2 against the members of OSO, who are just trying to put 1 on the board in this best of 5 through Dragonshire. What do we get for our bans, though? That's the big thing to consider here.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they're pretty similar, the Uther, Cassia, Chromie. But Baha, we were talking a little bit during the break.
Yeah.
The mental of OSO, right? After you're down 2-0, as a player that's been down 2-0 many times in my career, most of the time it ends in an L, right? Sometimes you're able to pull it back, but it's a very difficult thing to do. And as a team, you kind of need someone during that last break that we had, those last couple of minutes, to really step up and rally the team to say, hey, we need to believe in ourselves so we can win this. Like, let's plan a strategy and let's move forward. So I wasn't able to listen to their comms. So that's the thing, is we just have to be conscious of, they really were in such a driving position for game 2, and they lost that game, and now they're on the ropes. And it's like, that just cannot be understated how difficult as a player that is to go through. And if they end up, coming back and winning this series, that is just a testament to how strong of players they are. But I mean, even if they don't win, like, I just like to highlight, I guess, the player experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you make a really good point in that. And while we're kind of waiting for this draft to unfold a little bit further, we can talk about the expected bans and first picks and stuff like that. We can let that go, because this is an interesting topic when we actually discuss Heroes of the Storm. There's mechanical prowess, there's macro and micro knowledge, but there's also mental game. It's a big thing in any sport, any esport. It's big in everything we do in our lives, realistically. And I think OSO, they are kind of on that rope in the corner. They're very much beaten down and trodden on, and can they kind of rise to the occasion? Will Dragonshire breathe some life into their composition and playstyle? We'll have to see, because I think you're absolutely right. Having someone on the team to sit there and say, all right, boys, we were down. We had a good game number 2. We need to bring that energy and consistently have that throughout the game and close things out. But let's get into this draft right now, and we'll see how the mental game works out for these players as the draft and game does progress. But it's everything on the table right now. We have a Sonya Medivh on the left-hand side, a Joanna Tychus, and Lost Vikings for the members of OSO.
Yeah, I mean, the Vikings, they select it for Jay. They don't want to wait until the 3rd ban phase. It was banned on towers. So, I mean, they could most likely will send 3 Vikings top, potentially could, do a weird lane setup, but most likely will be 3 Vikings top. But on the other side, Medivh and Sonya, 2 very, very strong meta picks. A lot of times are, in those first 2 ban rotations, depending on what team you're playing. So 2 very strong picks for the side of OWO, definitely cannot be underestimated. But I love them, up against the wall. Let's put Jay on a comfort hero that, may throw the other team off their guard. So I like this.
There's definitely, I've actually had Storm League games where I went up against other competitive teams within, you know, NGS and stuff like that, and we've talked afterwards, and literally some of those players were like, oh man, your Vikings, like, if we only had picked up Ragnaros with, like, Lava Wave, it would have matched the Viking prowess. Granted, we were talking about Guard of Terror at that time, not Dragonshire, but I think that consideration still exists. What level of pressure can the Vikings put out on these lanes and maybe force some awkward rotations from Owo? But when it comes to rotations, you've got Medivh, and those rotations don't get too awkward. And we are getting to the latter half of the draft with that Brightwing Diablo ban, this Orphea Malfear on the left-hand side. There's that Kharazim I mentioned beforehand. When Hyde wants to get aggressive, I feel like we see that Kharazim, and this will be a Hanzo to close things out as well. So I think realistically, this is like a 2-1 Vikings with like a hard 4-man push in bottom lane. Potentially. I mean, that's at least the kind of setup I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, I think that their comp will really unlock once they hit level 10. The issue is they don't really have any CC, right? So, you know, how are they going to... I just really worry that they're not going to be able to kill anything. Mal'Ganis for Lauber. You know, Lauber is feeling himself right now. He's like, boys, pick me my boy Mal'Ganis, and I'm excited to see what he does with it. They got the double sleep. They got, you know, Malfruit sleep into the Mal'Ganis. I actually think the comp of OWO is so strong and so scary. You know, a Sonya Medivh, like your Medivh's going to keep your Sonya and your Mal'Ganis alive. And I just think that they have such high damage output on their team that I think it's going to be a really difficult game for Oso. And a lot of it is going to fall down the shoulders of Jay and how well does he play on the Vikings.
I absolutely agree with you. The chain CC just between Malfear and Mal'Ganis, which are going to be, well, buddies throughout the entire game. It's not like we should see much split from Malfear and Mal'Ganis. Meanwhile, let's say you get a sleep onto a root, and then you have an Orphea with a, you know, a Shadow Waltz, Chomp, Dread, all of that kind of burst, and then sustain chase with the Mal'Ganis as well, because he has those Fell Claws for a follow-up CC. When we talk about CC, I gotta say the members of OWO really drafted well for this, and we have them on this left-hand side, up in the best of 5 series, trying to close things out here on Dragonshire in a 3-0 potentially. We'll see, as X-Ray will be playing Malfurion, Lauber on the Mal'Ganis, Copenhagen on the Sonya, Dino playing the Orphea, and Medivh to be played by Ultralisk.
And then on the right, in the red, we've got Hyde walking in on that Kharazim, Jay playing the Vikings, my pal Vince on the Johanna, IB Tings rocking the Tychus, and Queppy rounding it out with the Hanzo. A lot of times will opt into the redemption, the auto attack talent on level 1, and does go for it again this time. Already has 1 stack. You know, I feel like every single time I watch this man play Hanzo, he goes opt for this talent, which, you know, if you can consistently get it stacked and, you know, be able to have a lot more output of damage, then it's very good. But, you know, most players will end up dying and not be able to keep their stacks, as it looks like just a bit of a brawl happening at level 1.
My pal Vince getting chunked, and this is a Joanna, the one being chunked right here, as Lauber bops in with those Fell Claws and is able to just check the portal, but the jump onto a Viking. Consideration here. Well, 1, we see Eric going for the cheese through top lane, but 2, does Orphea consider going into the stacks at level 7 for her Chomp to be able to maybe just build those really quickly off the Vikings? Or do you think it's just not worth it as a talent? I see it here and there, and maybe this is just the remnant days of me, well, not remnant days because I still play him, but me in love with Azmodan with questing talents like that. Do you think that it's even viable, or do you think that that Chomp scaling talent at level 7 is it just doesn't get the value and it doesn't scale hard enough?
I mean, I generally don't run it. I do think into Vikings it could work potentially because you could get a lot of stacks. So, you know, oh, Dino actually going a bit aggressive there. A good bind from my pal Vince. But, I mean, the portal coming out looks like they may be able to go in here. The sleep, see Dino able to just follow up off of the portal route. A lot of damage here. Mal'Ganis is going to be on the point. A good protect from Ultralisk. Lauber falling very low. Dino going to be able to clean up the whole world, though, on the point. Able to go over onto Hyde here. Dino has a Q very soon. Gonna miss! And they've lost 3 heroes, and the Vikings were soaking.
Yeah, the Vikings played that so well. That's going to be a nice spear to get the kill onto the Olaf in the top lane. But I got to say, 1, Medivh stacks reset. I wasn't actually looking. They're probably, I'm just glancing back at stream, so maybe a minute or so ago, they were at roughly like 10-ish, 12 stacks. They probably got a couple during that engagement. So a quarter of the stacks maybe plus lost on that Medivh. I was watching the Orphea, and she was so close. You mentioned she's like, oh, she has a Q. She has that Shadow Waltz. misses the Hanzo, and that's Dino just like, I can't disengage, I die here. And unfortunately, that'll be the case. But a great play from Oso, who end up kind of winning out in that team fight over the Siege Giant camp, and they're able to grab said Siege Giant. Says Copenhagen gets dove and topping, but I don't think you have a way out of this one.
He just goes for the B step, recognizing he is a goner, but a really good rotation there, and they're going to be able to pressure very hard in the top side here. They do get a kill onto Balog in the middle, but there's going to be the Knights pressure. There's DK pressure. Mouth can't win the 1v1 versus Johanna. This is a very difficult position for OWO. Pressure everywhere, as it looks like the shield is going to come out. Lauber trying to stall it out as long as he can. Orphea on the top side. Dino now going in. Lauber, this was going to be his final stall. May potentially lose his life, but that's going to be enough. Going to allow Dino to get onto that top point.
Bottom lane X-Ray, yeah, I was just watching the minimap. I saw the collapse from the Kara's team and the Johanna. I was thinking there might be a kill onto X-Ray, but he's going to be fine for now. A little bit of scatter arrows out, some portaling set up to maybe dive back into the enemy team, but no, really not the case, just mostly soaking on up. And I gotta say, definitely looking comfortable on the side of Oso. They don't really look like a team that had a rough Towers of Doom game, to put it bluntly.
Yeah, no, they're again leading. I feel like every single game of the series so far, they have been able to secure a lead though. So we got to see what happens. Post level 10 is everything going to be falling so very low. X-Ray a bit far up on this Malfurion is going to get turned around and blown up. That is, you know, part of the weakness of Malfurion as a healer. It is just so fragile. Dino falling very low, gonna get shielded. Gonna be trying to cut out, able to take the portal, but without the Malfurion, they don't have that consistent sustain to, you know, be able to stick here and continue trading.
Quickly just watching the minimap, and I saw Sonya pushing fairly hard through the top lane, Medivh scouting out through mid. Orphea did go into the Ravenous Hunger at level 7, so my theory of scaling that Chomp, I feel like is going to, it is going to be coming true, because I think that's a big thing with the way that Dino's going to play this Orphea. They really want to get into this enemy team, because it feels like the Tychus, the Kharazim, the Johanna, they kind of want to stack up a little bit in corridors. It's really, really beneficial. Oh my god, Ultralisk loses stacks once again! I didn't look at how many stacks they had at that time, but that's probably another 10 gone at least.
Yeah, and no stacks on Medivh. It looks like Dino did go Ravenous Hunger, by the way. Hyde going very deep here and getting blown up, and that is more stacks for Dino. He is doing a lot of damage with the Chomps, but DK going the way of the Vikings during all of this. A really good job from, it looks like actually Dino going on to Gweppi here, and that is going to be a dead Hanzo. A bit of an overextension for Osoy. They do get the DK, but they lose 2 heroes right before they're about to hit level 10.
Wow, that one hero kill, I was just looking really quickly, one hero kill increases the Ravenous Hunger by 40 damage. There's currently 31 stacks, which are actually going to be yielding 62. So I'll keep you all up to date on that. But if you are wanting to do the caster math yourself, whatever the stacks are at level 7 on the little tooltip, or the talent bar, multiply that by 2, and that's the amount of damage that is increased onto the Ravenous Hunger. There's already that baseline damage as well, which I'm just curious to let everyone know. It is going to be a base damage of 452 right now. Fight, though, could be breaking out through this top lane.
Yeah, they were flanking around the fort, though. That's why I made that noise, because Hyde queued in. But, you know, being the Kara's team. Actually, Johanna going to use the Bless Shield. A very good cleanse from X-Ray. Leyline coming out as well. Gweppi is going to be forced to use their object. X-Ray walking in, able to get the silence, while Copen is able to chase down Gweppi. Hyde is going to be the next to fall. That's 4 heroes dying in quick succession. And OWO, they had a rough early game, but they are coming to fight. And Dino is now at 82 stacks, a bonus 164 damage. Wow.
That's just, it's the scaling of Orphea, and I think you said it so very well here, Mike. We were talking about the early game, and it was just like, man, this early game is looking so good for Oso, and you're like, yeah, the early games have been pretty dominant, but it's like this 10 talents here. Once that happens, the tools are found through the side of OWO, and they just turn things around. It's like, OWO, our 10 talents are here, let's just kill the enemy team.
Yeah, well, and that's, you know, part of Heroes of the Storm is that you really are able to bring it back into the early game as long as you don't lose too much structural damage. You know, even if you lose kills, even if you lose XP, as long as you're not losing all your buildings things should be all right, as it looks like both teams are going to be taking up the Bruiser Camp. Ultralist maybe actually looking for a portal in. Lauber going to be, oh, Bless Shield not actually connecting. A very good shield as Copen on the Sonya going to come in as well. X-Ray looking for a Twilight Dream, doesn't have it for another 20 seconds, and Copen is going to get blown up. Dino trying to connect, only going to be able to get a good ley line from Ultra, as they still are fighting here. 4v5, Dino falling very low, but they're going to be able to get the camp, and Lauber is going to be able to get more. Queppy able to jump out. All they get is 2 Vikings. Oh, actually, oh,
Hanzo as well. The snipes today here. I gotta say, whoa, it's like they know exactly what to do for every fight, regardless of how awkward it gets.
Yeah.
It's just, it's insane. It's absolutely crazy watching this team, how well they're communicating, how well they're playing together. I mean, Jesus. And that's the Viking dead in top lane. 109 stacks for the Orphea. She's sitting at what, 218 when it comes to that bonus damage?
Yeah, that is a lot. And that means, I mean, Dino was just waiting in a bush, waiting for, little Eric to just run up and able to get the one shot. And that's something, I wouldn't be surprised if we see that continue to happen. I like this adaptation from Dino. Baha, you called it. I was a little skeptical, but I definitely think the way it's been playing out, it was the correct move, as Dino is not going to be able to stack on the Olaf here, but may look for more kills as the fight is about to break out.
You could tell that Dino was waiting for that cooldown to happen, though. He was just like, I'll auto into here, I'll move around a little bit, oh wait, Crushing Jaws are going to be coming out! Oh my god! Just the collapse and the absolute punishment, as my pal Vince is going to try and live here, but they go down as well. In the end, it's a quad kill. All that exists are some Vikings, and X-Ray jumps into the Dragonite. Dear Lord.
Dear Lord is right. The, really good PC chain. They get the 3-person Crushing Jaws, followed up with the Twilight Dream, have the mouth follow up, and that is a DK. That is going to be 2 forts falling, and this game number 3 looks like it's definitely in favor of OWO, as someone that's, played Vikings, gone behind on Dragonshire as that hero. It is so hard to come back. The power of Vikings is what you get in the lane pressure, right? But you don't have a top 4 anymore, so your Vikings are kind of in a lot of ways a liability until potentially you get that Olaf Sun, maybe have the ability to get some one shot. But yeah, I just think it is such a rough situation here for Oso, and I feel like OWO, once they hit level 16, are really going to, put some gasoline on the fire.
I'm just sitting here doing caster math on the side of OWO when it comes to their chomps on the Orphea. It's like just sub 900 damage for just the chomp. Not a Viking has like a little bit more than 1,000 health. Well, I guess Eric, Olaf, I believe, is somewhere in the 2,000 range at this point, probably. But like, still, it's just absolute insanity, the scaling of Dino here. And I keep singing the praises, but we don't see Orphea very often, nor do we see Orphea pick this talent and scale this hard 10 minutes into a game. Another invade onto this camp. Ultralist could have a portal set up. Well, let's see if this actually engagement takes place.
Yeah, level 16 talent here. We see it in the back. It's only going to connect on the Vikings, but it looks like it's going to be enough, as Johanna has been slain. All the Vikings have been slain. The ley line follow-up, a big Hanzo arrow, is going to allow IB Things to get out, but, they still have lost 4 characters, but, 2 heroes effectively.
Do we get to a point, I'm stuck on this Ravenous Hunger, and I don't care. Do we get to a point where one chomp just one-shots a Viking? Because I feel like that's the road we're kind of on right now.
I'm pretty sure Dino, if he E's and then W's, it does one shot.
Pretty much, yeah.
And Eric. I don't know if the raw chomp would, but yeah.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for just a raw W, just takes out an enemy hero, but they're re-engaging with the portal, and Sonya finds the kill into the Hanzo, a staggered death that looks like there's an attempt to push onto the keep. Also want to note, 19 stacks on that Medivh as well. We haven't really been focusing onto that whatsoever. Hanzo currently at 5 stacks of redemption, as they do lose a few every single time they do go down.
Yeah, level 16, still about half away for Oso. Looks like they are kind of trying to be pressuring a little bit. DK spawning up in 15 seconds. We are going to get an even talent tier fight here, which really can go either way, but 3 fort advantage for the side of Oyo. If they get this, DK potentially could look to end through bottom. So this really is a dire situation, potentially could be the end of the finals here if Oyo are able to secure the 3-0. Yeah, really, it's just going to come down to this next team fight. And then even if Oso is able to get this one, they need to win, they need to win 2 or 3 team fights because they are so far behind when it comes to structures.
This red team really needs to close the gap that has formed, and a lot of it, I'm actually just going to look at the experience breakdown. Vast majority of it is just equalization through, or not equalization, but it's jump ahead by heroic kills and a large mercenary deficit. There is some minion experience gained up through those Vikings, but there's also passive experience gained since the structures fell. There's structural advantage. So roughly 64,000 experience to the 53,000 of the enemy team as the arrow T-Tours past the enemy's side. A little bit of a stun, I think. Yeah, there's that Large and in charge from the Olaf trying to run away from the Orphea now as a bit of a split fight is happening. Orphea may be Viking hunting, but needs to respect the stacking of said Vikings as a portal is set up. Orphea's going to take it. The chase continues in. Orphea looking for some chomp value. Root goes out from the Malfurion, but X-Ray is a little split from the team. Blessed Shield, I believe, came out, but it's more or less a stalling tool. Dino going to back off.
He's just in a bit of a scary situation there with the Meave able to save, and then the 7 side comes out and hide. Speaking of getting chomped and pretty much blown up, Olaf falls as well. Johanna falls. That's 3 heroes slain. Hanzo on the top side. This looks like it may potentially be GG as they are going to be starting to walk towards this bottom keep. Dino looking at Ivy Tings, maybe trying to get one more kill. You know, this is a dire situation.
Lobber's taking shots from core in 2 keeps and is just like, I got the chase onto this. Okay, all right, does pop the Carrion Swarm. This 1v1 is just ridiculous as Lobber will use Fell Claws to get themselves back over to the core. Dino at 221, that is 442 increased damage off of the, like, probably 600. So that chomp chunks. The Dragonite will be grabbed by a Viking, but it doesn't matter. The core is falling rapidly on the side of Oso, and oh, whoa, are gonna go ahead and take our final game of the day. They're going to take the grand finals in a 3-0 fashion. GG, well played.
GG, well played indeed. What an excellent series coming out by OO. I have to say that game number 2, the Towers of Doom, I cannot believe they brought it back. They win 3-0 today. You know, dominantly establishing that Europe is the best region in the exhibition matches. NA and Korea, you know, you can eat your tears. And, you know, I think they did it in so many unique ways, right?
Yeah,
they're drafting game 3, they're drafting game 1, so unique. And it's just like, I am really excited to see the depth of, you know, these players as we, you know, have CCL kind of progress and more tournaments moving forward.
Yeah, I'm obviously not an org owner, but the members of OWO, I'd be considering every single one of them realistically. Like if I was
terrible, I would never draft them. Smile.
I mean, I would say this: if I was an organization that maybe needs to build an entirely new roster, you could. I feel like you could draft these 5 players right now. Like, I can't stop singing the praises of this team. They did so very well, and when people are going to go Bahamut free agent tournament weekend, I got to watch one game of the weekend. What is it? It's this grand finals. It's not because it's the grand finals. It's because of how it was played and the drafting, as you were saying as well. Absolutely just top notch from the members of OWO, who will be taking the grand finals and the entire free agent tournament weekend by a 3-0. And let's go ahead and actually look at the bracket. Let me get you all caught up on what happened this weekend. We started out, we had Friday games. That was a round of like 18 or whatever. It was a round of 16 actually. And that determined the Saturday bracket, which is that top 4 you're seeing, the top 8 that you're seeing on the left-hand side, which were all 2-0s on Saturday. But at the same time, those are very good 2-0s. A lot of really good back and forths in those matches. Today, we kicked off with 23-19 up against OWO. OWO moved into the grand finals. We then moved into the other best of 3, Oso versus what will Mokka do. Oso took that in a 2-0 fashion. And now we've made it to that grand finals. OWO takes a 3-0 over Oso. Dear, that's a mouthful of just... All right, anyways... really good game, really good games this weekend. What is your takeaway? Like all in all, like we've all heard about my praises of the members of this EU team. What's your kind of takeaway as an org owner or even just someone who watches the game at a higher level, in my opinion?
You know, I think these players need to get more creative with their names. You know, I think that really is the biggest takeaway. You know, or maybe we should get them signed to some teams like 30K, you know, Wildheart, Oxygen. I mean, really, it just... I said it a little bit earlier, but it mainly just makes me excited about the future of Heroes of the Storm because, not just this series, but all 4 of the teams that we watched today and, a lot of the teams yesterday, there are a lot of good Heroes of the Storm players. And it's unfortunate that we couldn't draft more people into the league because I think there are like a lot of people that are, CCL caliber. And that just makes me optimistic about kind of the future of where HOTS is going and where CCL is going is that, there's a lot of new talent that's really, really good. And it just makes me excited to see, what other kind of compositions are, Ultralist, Dino, Lauber going to cook up this year. And that's really what has got me hyped up. So happy to have been able to be here. I just really appreciate the opportunity, Baha. It was so fun casting together.
Oh, it was a joy having you join me for the day. And it was an absolute blast yesterday to have Jazzy and Goon join me as well. This has been such a fun weekend. I want to remind you all, next weekend, April 17th, mark your calendars. I'm going to go a little slow on this so you can get your calendar out. You can go ahead and mark it. It's a Saturday, April 17th, 1 o'clock PDT. That's our West Coast friends. 4 o'clock EDT, that's if you're on the East Coast of the United States, and then 10 p.m. CEST, that is Central European Summertime. So go ahead, mark your calendars, set alarms, be ready for the draft show next weekend. We're going to find out if these players, well, I would assume a lot of these players are going to be making it onto some of these CCL teams. I got you here, Mike. Is there any sort of, is there anything in the next upcoming week that players could do to maybe catch 30K's attention?
I mean, so here's the thing. We only have 2 slots, right? So I have kind of a short list. Our team has a short list of people we've been looking at that we're planning on scrimming with this upcoming week. I definitely would say some of the orgs that have more slots, right? Like a Granite Gaming, an Onyx, a Storm, maybe trying to reach out to them on their social medias and, just letting them know why you'd be a good fit to their team is something that I would always recommend. You can do the same thing with 30K as well, but I am, being transparent, we do kind of have a short list. Which makes sense. You only kind of got 2 slots. I've been studying, but it's like, you got to narrow it down.
So there you go, everyone. If you are still looking to get drafted, make sure that you are still playing in some of those scrims this week. Get your highlight reels in front of some of these organizations as well. And as I said, we will see you next weekend for the HeroesCCL Draft Day, starting at 1 PDT, 4 EDT, 10 p.m. CEST. And until then, I've been Bahamut, joined by Michael Udall. Thank you all for watching the HeroesCCL Free Agent Tournament. We'll see you next weekend.